standing orders and the Constitution. This is a motion by the leader of the majority party. The Statutes Laws Amendment Bill, Bill number 60 of the year 2022, a bill by the leader of majority, is also another bill that is currently at the second stage, and members of parliament will be making their input in regards to the amendments proposed in that particular bill. Pursuant to standing orders of the National Assembly, standing orders number 42A, subsection 6B, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and the National Administration will be responding to questions on plenary on Wednesday afternoon, that is tomorrow, April 12th, the year is 2023. And the very first question that Professor Kithure Kindiki will be addressing is a question by Honorable Martha Wangari. And this particular question pertains the shortage of birth registration materials, also known as B1 forms, in health facilities across the country. The professor in charge of the Ministry of Interior will also be required to answer to question from the Mandera South Member of Parliament, that is Honorable Abdul Haro. And this particular question is on the establishment of civil registration centers in every sub-county in the country. That question is on the outstanding warrants of arrest from Kagumo Police Post against a certain individual. This particular question was raised by Honorable Joseph Gitari, the member for Kirinyaga constituency. The emergence of criminal gangs or groups affiliated to terror groups in the country is another question that Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki will be expected to answer or to respond before the floor of the House tomorrow. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers this afternoon. I now hand over so you can follow up on the live proceedings. Enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, we have quorum to transact business. This is a good start after the recess. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members in the walkway, please take your seats. Order, honorable member, take your seat. Honorable members, I wish to welcome you back from the short recess. I hope that you have had the opportunity to interact with your constituents in order to get fully seized of their priority issues of concern requiring the attention of this House. It is also my expectation that the short break availed sufficient time to committees to conclude several matters that had been committed to them, such as vetting of nominees for various state appointments and consideration of bills, and are now ready to present such business to the House. Honourable members, it is however unfortunate that we are resuming business for the second part of this session on a sad note, following the untimely demise of one of our colleagues in this House during the recess period. You may recall, honourable members, that I did notify all honourable members and the general public of the passing on of the honourable member for Banisa constituency, the Honourable Malim Hassan MP, on the morning of Wednesday, 29th March 2023. The late member died at the Aga Khan University Hospital in Nairobi, where he was undergoing treatment after he was involved in a tragic accident that occurred on Saturday, 18th March 2023 within Nairobi City. Honourable members, the late Honourable Malim Hassan was born in Mandera County. The Honourable Hassan was a holder of a Master's of Science degree in Development Studies and a Bachelor of Education degree both from Kenyatta University and a Diploma in Education from Siriba Teachers College. He studied at Mandera High School, where he obtained both the Kenya Advanced Certificate of Education, KSCE, and the Kenya Certificate of Education, KCE. The late Honorable Hassan was an accomplished teacher. After graduating from Siriba Teachers College, he taught at Wajir High School before proceeding to Sheikh Ali School in Ramu, Mandera County, where he also served as a deputy principal. Thereafter, he moved to Kigari Teachers College as a lecturer until 1992, when he quit teaching and took up a new job as a project coordinator at the Arid Regional Integrated Agency. The late Honorable Hassan also served as a director, board member of the Kenya Airports Authority between 2013 and 2015, after which he left to take a stab at politics. Honourable members, can you take the nearest available seat? The nearest available seat. The nearest available seat, honourable member. Honourable members, until his premature demise, the late Honourable Hassan was serving his second term as the Member of Parliament for Banisa constituency. He was first elected in 2017 on the Economic Freedom Party, EFP, and re-elected 2022 through the United Democratic Movement, UDM party. The late member will be remembered as a dedicated legislator both in the House and as a member of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives and the Public Accounts Committee. In the 12th Parliament, the late Honourable Hassan diligently served in the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. In him, the people of Banisa constituency and indeed the country had a devoted, conciliatory, affable and non-confrontational servant leader who cherished peace and always pursued harmonious settlement to issues. His character was defined by humility, high reverence for God, and the prayerfulness even attested to by the fact that his untimely death occurred when he was going to the mosque to pray. Honourable members, although burial rites for our departed colleague were concluded on the day of his demise, that is on Wednesday, 29th March 2023, in accordance with Islamic traditions, I consider an ad hoc funeral committee in line with the Parliamentary Service Commission's bereavement policy. The committee, which was chaired by the member for Mandera North constituency, the Honourable Major Retired Bashir Abdullahi MP, continued liaising with the family of the deceased member and coordinating the National Assembly's support to the family. To this end, I thank Honorable Bashir and honorable members for according the bereaved family benevolent support in keeping with the tradition of this House. Honorable members, on behalf of all members of the National Assembly, the entire parliamentary fraternity, and indeed on my own behalf, I convey our heartfelt condolences to the family of the late Honorable Kulo Malim Hassan, the people of Banisa constituency, all his relatives and friends, for the loss of such a gallant leader. And honorable members, I want to thank the members who attended the burial at Langata Cemetery, and on your behalf, I also did attend. And I want to thank the family and the Muslim fraternity for going out of their way to allow me on your behalf to speak to the funeral congregation at the burial. Finally, honorable members, in honor of the dedicated service rendered to the National Assembly, the nation and the people of Banisa constituency by the late Honorable Hassan, I request that we all stand to observe a minute of silence. I thank you, honorable members. May God rest the soul of our departed colleague, the Honorable Kulo Malim Hassan, in eternal peace. Honorable members, I will give you about 20 minutes to eulogize our departed colleague, and I want you to agree with me that we take 2 minutes each. Is that okay? 2 minutes. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to, on behalf of the people of Kikuyu and all of us, Honorable Speaker, to convey my heartfelt condolences to the family of the late Kulo. Honorable Speaker, to also take this opportunity to thank all the members who had opportunity to attend the service in the South Sea and the burial led by yourself, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I had occasion, and that's also want to thank the leadership, especially the leadership in Mandera County, right from the governor of Mandera County, the senator, and all members of parliament, respective of the political party they are affiliated to, because I was at the hospital the night the Honorable Kulo passed on at about 1 a.m., Honorable Speaker. And at the hospital, I did find his family being supported by the entire leadership led by the governor of Mandera County. It was really encouraging, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, even as we mourn the Honorable Kulo and thank God for the opportunity he gave him to serve the people of Banisa and indeed the people of this country, it's probably a call, Honorable Speaker, on us, considering that the Honorable Kulo lost his life following an accident occasioned by a border rider. It's probably occasion, Honorable Speaker, for us to consider legislation and regulations that will govern how riders operate on our roads. Riders overtaking on the left side of the road, riders using pavements, walkway pavements, Honorable Speaker, and it's rather unfortunate that we had to lose a member of parliament, and it's probably, as I say, Honorable Speaker, a call to us in this House to legislate and also to ask the police to enforce all the traffic rules and regulations that govern the conduct of riders and motorists on our roads. Because, Honorable Speaker, it was unfortunate that even the rider could not be identified. He had no occasion to even stop after the accident. And therefore, as sad as it is, maybe it's also a call on us to do what that we must do. But allow me, Honorable Speaker, once again, to mourn and thank God for the life of Honorable Kulo. And it's also a reminder to us, Honorable Speaker, that we are all mortal human beings, and in everything that we do here and outside this House, Honorable Speaker, to always remember that we are mortal human beings and serve with the humility that the Honorable Kulo served, and serve our people diligently as the Honorable Kulo did. With those, I convey my condolences and on my own behalf, my family and the people of Kikuyu, to the family and the people of Banisa County, the constituency in Mandera County.
Minority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleagues in expressing my condolences on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Ugunja and the minority coalition in general. To the family of the late Mheshimiwa Kulo Hassan and friends and constituents of Banisa. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Hassan was with us in the 12th Parliament, during his first term, really, in this House. And he carried himself throughout, up to the time he was passing on, Honorable Speaker, as an affable person, somebody who was at peace with everybody else. He is somebody who transcended political boundaries, and you could never understand really or know where he belonged, politically speaking. And that's the kind of thing we need in this country, especially at this time when there is a lot of confusion. We need to have persons or leaders who are able to transcend the political divides and carry themselves as nationalists in the manner Honorable Hassan did. And therefore, it is really a heavy heart that I have to mourn him as I do this afternoon, and to pray that the Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you.
David Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to pass my deepest condolences to the family of Honorable Malim Hassan. It was indeed shocking news that I received when I heard about his demise. But I do appreciate the leadership who did call me and inform me that they were already at the hospital and that they were giving as much support as they could to the family. And on my own behalf and that of my family, I wish to express my deepest condolences, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Kazim Tandaza. He's on the screen, he's not here. Oh, Kazim Tandaza.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker. Kwanza ni kusikiwa na huzuni kwa mwenzetu ambaye tumekuwa naye kutoka kipindi cha bunge lililopita kutuacha, lakini pia ni funzo kwetu sisi ambao tumebaki kwamba kifo huwa hakitoi notice kama vile ambavyo huwa tunatoa wakati tunapohitaji mtu, na sisi sote tuwe tuko tayari wakati wowote tukijua tunaweza enda, na la muhimu zaidi tujue kwamba sisi sote tunaishi kwa huruma ya Mwenyezi Mungu, na haina haja kamwe kujigamba ukiwa hai kwamba wewe unaweza, bila wewe haliwezekani. Tujue tu kwamba hata tukiwa hapa, wakati tukiondoka, maisha yataendelea. Kwa hivyo ni wajibu wetu wa kuona kwamba wakati tuko hapa tuweze kutendea haki umma wote, na ndipo hapo tukienda mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu na yeye pia ataweza kutuhurumia. Asante kwa kunipa fursa hii Mheshimiwa Speaker. Natoa rambirambi zangu na za familia yangu na watu wa Matuga kwa mwenzetu aliyeweza kutuacha, na Mwenyezi Mungu aweze kumweka mahali pema peponi.
Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kitui Central and on my own behalf, I want to take this opportunity to most sincerely convey our condolences to the family of Honorable Kulo and the people of Banisa, and in general the people of Mandera County, for this big loss. Honorable Speaker, we served with the Honorable Kulo in the last Parliament, the 12th Parliament, and just as you read in your statement, Honorable Speaker, he was a very dependable legislator. So the country has lost. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, to all the honorable members, the truth of the matter is death is with us. And even the way we conduct our business, we must always remember that death is with us. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. May his soul rest in the eternal peace. Thank you.
Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also take this opportunity to send my condolences to the family of Honorable Kulo. Mr. Speaker, it is for us to pray for the children, for the wives, and we pray that God will give him internal peace. But more importantly, to remember how humble he was. We laughed with him. He would sit at the lounge and just give you stories. And I'm praying that it is for all of us to learn and to pray to God that indeed we are human, and today is him, tomorrow might be me, and how do we live as we go to our Maker is very critical. And therefore, even as we work for our country, let us always remember. And this issue of border, Mr. Speaker, we must deal with it. So on behalf of Dagoretti North, we are saying it is time the police also to crack down. They had said that they will ensure borders have new number plates that will assist in terms of jurisdiction, where you are working, where is your stage, you are able to identify very fast. I think it is something that needs to happen, because there are many others who have also been knocked by borders and they have passed on, and their families are wondering, where do you find this border guy who knocked this person? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have to go back to the rules, and NTSA must ensure that they now come out, they do it. We should not be waiting until one of us has gone through it. We have to do it to all Kenyans, and to ensure that now we straighten up this issue of border. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I say pole sana to the family.
Didoraso.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Saku, on my own behalf, and on behalf of the Pastoralist Parliamentary Group, many of whom attended that burial on that Saturday, we convey our condolences to the family and the great people of Banisa. Indeed, the passing on of Honorable Kulo was very sad because the previous day we were with him. I want to thank the House leadership for the way they reacted as soon as Kulo was involved in that terrible accident. The House leadership quickly moved, and whatever happened was much beyond them. Was it to be even flown out of the country? I think they could have even taken that decision. But in Islam, we say that when the day comes with your Maker, then that is it. Ours is just to ask the Almighty God to rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Justice Kemei. Give the mic to Justice Kemei. There you are.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity that you've given me, so that on behalf of the people of Sigauton constituency, on behalf of the people of Kericho County, I would wish to condole with the family of the late Hassan. Honorable Speaker, the late Hassan struck you as a very friendly person, a very likable character, a dedicated servant, and a very astute leader in this House. Honorable Speaker, as we mourn the death of Honorable Hassan, let's also join our colleagues and everybody else in this country that we must make our roads safe, we must make our passages safe, so that we don't lose people unnecessarily because of the conduct of some motorists, and especially the border riders that we have in this country. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I wish to say thank you for the opportunity, and once more may the Lord God rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you.
Mother Wangari.
Asante Bwana Spika, hata mimi naungana na wewe na wenzangu kwa kutoa rambirambi zangu binafsi na kwa niaba ya watu wa Gilgil kwa watu wa Banisa, jamaa na marafiki wa mwenda zake Mheshimiwa Kulo na wale ambao wameweza kufanya kazi na yeye haswa kutoka bunge lililopita. Watajua kwamba alikuwa mtu ambaye hana maneno, mpole, mwenye tajriba na ujuzi mwingi, alikuwa mwalimu na mnyenyekevu, na tuliweza kufanya kazi bila vita, bila vurugu yeyote. Hata wale ambao wameweza kutumika na yeye kwa kamati tofauti na hakuwa na maneno mingi, alikuwa tu mpole na vile vile alikuwa anapendwa sana na watu wake. Ukiangalia vile alivyoingia kwenye bunge, si kwa vyama vikubwa, alikuwa na ujuzi wake na watu wake wa Banisa. Kwa hivyo naungana na wenzangu kuomba Mungu amrehemu roho yake na amweke mahali pema, na kwa watu wa Banisa tunawapa pole, na kwa jamaa na marafiki Mungu awafariji. Asante.
Atandi John Samuel, sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to mourn with my colleague. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of my family and on behalf of the people that I represent, I would like to pass my condolences to the family of Honorable Kulo and also to the people of Banisa. Honorable Speaker, we were in Parliament, last Parliament with Honorable Kulo, and we used to spend a lot of time with him at the restaurant. And Honorable Kulo was very humble. And he was very quiet. He was not outspoken. And he used to talk to a lot of people. Personally, he was my friend. Honorable Speaker, there's something that we need to learn as leaders when one of us passes on in this manner. A lot of us, Honorable Speaker, we behave as if this world is ours. And sometimes when we conduct ourselves and speak, we speak like we will never die. I want to urge my colleagues that if there's any lesson that we can learn from the untimely demise of our colleague, we need to learn the principle of being humble, especially as leaders. Let us be people who recognize that this world is not ours. We are here, we are just passing, and we need to do our best to bring peace and to bring harmony in our country. Honorable Speaker, may the soul of our brother rest in peace.
John Waluke.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa kunipea nafasi hii, pia kwa kuomboleza kifo ya ndugu yangu, kifo ya mbunge mwenzangu Mheshimiwa Hassan. Nilikuwa namjua kwa muda mrefu, kwa miaka mingi, tangu mwaka wa 2017. Alikuwa ni mtu mnyenyekevu, mtu mpole, mtu ambaye alikuwa mwenye bidii hata kwa hii nyumba. Naombea familia yake kwa niaba ya familia yangu, watu wa Sirisia na watu wa Banisa, tunasema pole. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to condole with our departed colleague, the Honorable Kulo of Banisa. And Speaker, I just want to say that, like the majority leader has said, we need to deal with the issue of the designs of our roads, the construction of our roads, and the rules and regulations that are applied on our roads. Because this menace of motorbike riders is becoming a real challenge. In fact, Mr. Speaker, even crossing from this chamber to go to the offices across the road is risky, because most of the time we are almost hit by those border. So we need to deal with that issue once and for all, so that it becomes a thing of the past. And I want to propose that we need as a country to go digital, because it's very unfortunate every time we have accidents like that, there is absolutely no one who knows or who can be able to witness and say what happened. So if we go digital, then we'll have cameras all over that can be able to show us who is it who did it and how it happened. Otherwise, may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Lydia Muzigi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker, na kwa niaba yangu
Mizigi, sorry.
Mizigi, yes, Speaker.
I know you as Haika.
Yes, thank you.
But that's not the name on the screen.
Asante Bwana Speaker, kwa niaba yangu binafsi na watu wa Taita Taveta na pwani yote kwa jumla, hata mimi naungana na wenzangu kuleta rambirambi zangu kwa familia ya Mheshimiwa Kulo na watu wa Banisa na Mandera yote mzima. Kwa kweli tulipoteza kiongozi ambaye alikuwa ni mkakamavu, kiongozi ambaye alikuwa ni mpenda watu na mahusiano yake yalikuwa mazuri sana na watu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii inatufunza tunapoishi kwa hii dunia tujue maisha ni ya Mungu na basi tutengeneze mahusiano yetu hapa duniani. Vile vile nachukua fursa hii Bwana Spika kutoa rambirambi zangu kwa watu wa Kishushe pale Taita Taveta, ambapo siku ya leo pia walikuwa wanapumzisha watu 4 ambao walifariki kupitia mafuriko ambao yametokana na mvua zilizonyesha hivi juzi. Pole zangu kwa watu wa Kishushe, watu wa Mwatate. Asante sana Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii. Asante.
Mandera South. Give the honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to mourn our colleague in the House, my personal friend, my neighbor, my party mate, and my county mate, Honorable Malim Hassan, whose untimely demise shocked the nation, shocked Mandera County, and shocked all of us. Mr. Speaker, sir, I must take this opportunity to thank you, the Speaker, and the leadership of the House for the support you offered to the family of our departed colleague when his untimely demise was announced. Honorable Kulou was a very humble man, and it took him 25 years struggle to become an MP for the first time. He had tried for 25 years, and then he got lucky in 2017 through the EFP party, and then he was elected for the second time last election on 9th August 2022. Honorable Kulou was immensely loved by his constituents. He was a humble man who loved to walk on foot, whether it is in the CBD or whether he was going to the mosque. He always loved to walk on foot. He had a bodyguard, but he rarely saw him accompanied by his bodyguard. And on behalf of myself, my family, and Mandera South constituency, I'll take this opportunity to send my condolences to the family of our departed colleague, the people of Banisa, and the people of Mandera County in general. Mheshimiwa Kulou, one thing that many people don't know, he died in the month of Ramadan. And in our Muslim faith, when you get the honor of passing away in the month of Ramadan, you are given the highest rank in Jannah, that is in paradise. And Mheshimiwa Kulou has struggled with the last 3 Ramadans. In 2021, when we were fasting, Mheshimiwa Kulou got COVID-19 and he was in the emergency. He didn't fast. He fasted in 2022, and this was his 3rd Ramadan, and he fasted for only 1 day, and then the Almighty took him away. So we wish him all the best in Jannah, and we wish his family all the best, and we wish them to have patience and perseverance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Last, Mheshimiwa Hussein from...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The death of Honorable Malim Hassan came as a shocker to the members of Parliament from Mandera and the entire Northern Kenya and the pastoralist parliamentary group and the entire Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. We remember, I remember we traveled from Wilson Airport just 3 days ago, 3 days before his death, to Mandera to launch Health Task Force. He came back, and the next day he was knocked by a border. One thing we know about Malim Hassan is that Kulou was a devout Muslim. He was a prayerful person. He is someone who never missed the congregation prayers in the mosque. He is one person who is respected by the community and the entire Muslim community. we really miss Kulo, the members of parliament from Mandera. I was personally in Mandera. I remained back when my friends left, only to hear the demise of my friend. We want Kenyan Parliament and the entire parliamentarians from both Senate and National Assembly to pray for the family, and we fight hard to make sure the seat comes back to the family. The Malim Hassan family is a large family with a lot of professionals who can take up the position of Kulo Malim Hassan. Maybe we will help them get back the seat to make sure the family remains, in sober mind. I thank the leadership of Parliament, starting from the Speaker, the Honorable Speaker, and the entire leadership for organizing, a strong team to organize for his burial. That was really a wonderful burial that was done for our colleague. We were really very happy the way our members have really attended that burial and the way our Speaker has really addressed that congregation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We hope the family will be patient, and inshallah we will all be, we will all be grateful, prayerful, knowing that we can die any minute. Let me tell you, we may not know who is next in this family right now. We may not know. Next tomorrow, the day after, others might follow. But we hope God will at least give us time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, majority, take your seat. Honorable members, I know the passion that we feel following the loss of our colleague. Everybody wants to speak, but I want to believe that those who have spoken for all of us. We have to go on to other business. Honorable members, I have a message from the President. Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 42, I wish to convey the following message from His Excellency the President regarding the nomination of a person for appointment as a member of the National Police Service Commission. In the message, honorable members, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred on him by Article 252 of the Constitution and Section 6(5) of the National Police Service Commission Act 2011, he has nominated Mr. Edwin Kiprono Cheluget as a member of the National Police Service Commission. The President now seeks the approval of the appointee by this House. Honorable members, Standing Order 45 provides that upon receipt of notification of a nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant departmental committee for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message from HE the President, together with the curriculum vitae, the report of the selection panel, and other testimonials of the nominees to the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security for consideration. Honorable members, Section 6(6) of the National Police Service Commission Act 2012 provides that the relevant committee of the National Assembly shall consider the matter and table a report in the House within 21 days. In this regard, the committee is expected to immediately commence the approval process and notify the nominee and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearing, and thereafter, upon conclusion of the hearing, table its report on or before Wednesday, 26th April 2023, to enable the House to consider the matter with statutory timelines. I thank you. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the public gallery: Christ the Redeemer Kamutu Secondary School from Bere North, Embu; Bishop Ndingi Mwala Secondary School from Mwala, Machakos; Aria Primary School, Starehe, Nairobi; Metetei Boys Secondary School, Tinderet, Nandi. Chinga Boys, Othaya, Nyeri. Honorable members, on your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, April 11th, 2023. 1. Legal notice number 38 of 2023 relating to the climate change, public participation and access to climate change information regulations 2023 and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. 2. Proposed changes in the notification process of agreements for elimination of double taxation. 3. Report of the Auditor General and financial statements on Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Staff Housing Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme for the year ended 30th June 2018, 2019, 2020 and 2021. Annual report and financial statements of Teacher Service Commission for the year ended 30th June 2021. Annual County Government Budget Implementation Review Report for the financial year 2021-22 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 6th, the 10th report on status of compliance with the values and principles in Articles 10 and 232 of the Constitution for the financial year 2021-2022 from the Public Service Commission. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022. A. Resilience and Sustainability System for Health, RSSH, Ministry of Health. B. Support for the Healthcare Financing Strategy, Reproductive Health, Output-Based Approach Project, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA. East African Public Health Laboratory Network, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. D. Green Growth and Employment Thematic Programs, GGETP, Danish Embassy, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. E. Global Fund HIV/AIDS Program, Ministry of Health. F. Health Sector Support Project, Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA. And G. Kenya Gold Mercury Free ASGM Project, Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Environment and Forestry. 8. Third quarterly report of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for the year ended 2022 from the Office of the Auditor General and Department of Justice. 9. National Government Budget Implementation Review for the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. And reports of the County Government Budget Implementation Review for the financial year 2022-2023 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Majority. Chairperson, Jailak.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 11th April 2023. The report of the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on the consideration of the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 60 of 2022, together with the compendium of reports of 16 departmental committees on the consideration of the bill, namely 1. Finance and National Planning, 2. Administration and Internal Affairs, number 3. Transport and Infrastructure, number 4. Education, number 5. Lands, number 6. Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, number 7. Health, number 8. Labor, number 9. Housing and Public Works, number 10. Sports and Culture, number 11. Tourism and Wildlife, number 12. Social Protection, number 13. Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, number 14. Energy, number 15. Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation, and number 16. Agriculture and Livestock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Murugara. Vice Chair, Committee on Social Protection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 11th April 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on its vetting of a nominee for appointment as member of the National Gender and Equality Commission. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Vice Chair, Committee on Social Protection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the National Gender and Equality Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 11th April 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 252 of the Constitution, Section 11(7) of the National Gender and Equality Commission Act 2011 and Section 8(1) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Dr. Margaret Karungaru as a member of the National Gender and Equality Commission. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Members. On the request of the Minority Leader, the Speaker has allowed him to move a motion of adjournment to discuss a matter he says is of national importance, and that is the deteriorating state of the economy and the developing financial crisis. I call him to move his motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 33(1), I rise to seek leave for adjournment of the House in order to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding the deteriorating state of the economy and the developing financial crisis facing the country. Honorable Speaker, the deteriorating state of the economy and failure by the government to meet its financial obligations, including settling of salaries of public officers, is worrying and indicative of growing economic strain. According to official records of the National Treasury, the economy is facing a myriad of challenges, including the dwindling national revenue collection, as evidenced by the current revenue shortfall of Kenya shillings 900 billion. Additionally, there are serious indications of waning trust in government securities, with official data from the government indicating that as at February this year, the government managed to borrow only Kenya shillings 333 billion out of the intended Kenya shillings 1.04 trillion. Further, the results of the Central Bank of Kenya 10-year Treasury bond, dated 10th April this year, indicate that the government only managed to get bids worth Kenya shillings 3.57 billion from a bid offer of Kenya shillings 20 billion, representing a paltry 17.85%. This has put pressure on government funding and is likely to lead to a shutdown of public services. Honorable Speaker, it is also notable that the government has stopped, please note, it is also notable that the government has stopped spending on priority development projects and has also delayed in releasing funds to county governments, thereby stalling operations at the county level and, of course, frustrating devolution. Notably, only Kenya shillings 162.5 billion has been released to a few of the ministries, state departments and agencies for development this financial year, while county governments are yet to receive the equitable share of their revenue for January to April this year. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek leave of the House to discuss this matter of national concern with a view to exploring possible and lasting solutions to the problem. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Have the requisite support.
Oh, of course, yes.
The support is not only
I love the spirit,
but overwhelming. I will allocate that this motion be debated from 5 p.m. All the honorable members, you may take your seats. Honorable Wandai, you will be called upon to move your motion at 5. And it does appear Honorable Ichungo will be there to second you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
We have no. Honorable Majority Leader, you know we are moving into a new form of dealing with questions. So I'll give you an opportunity to inform the House of the Cabinet Secretary who is appearing tomorrow.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and my apologies. I was working to consult with the Honorable Atandi, who was protesting your assertion that I am available to second the minority leader, and I want to confirm indeed I am ready to second that motion. I was only
if he was making any protest, is totally out of order.
he was protesting, but I told him I am not seconding on WhatsApp. Maybe on WhatsApp pages you can look for someone else to second him, but for the leader of minority I will second. Honorable Speaker, I wish to welcome all the members back to this from the short recess, and trust that we are all rejuvenated for the next part of this session. Honorable Speaker, members will recall that on Thursday, 9th March 2023, the House adopted the report of the Procedure and House Rules Committee and passed amendments to the standing orders on the manner of processing questions. This cleared the way for Cabinet Secretaries to appear in the House, to respond to questions, and to provide reports to the House pursuant to the provisions of Articles 153(2) and 153(4)(b of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I hereby wish to bring to the attention of the House that pursuant to Standing Order 42A(6)(b), the first Cabinet Secretary to appear in plenary on the afternoon sitting of Wednesday, 12th April 2023, that is tomorrow afternoon, will be Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, the Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki. As shown in today's order paper, he will be responding to the following questions. 1, question 74 of 2023 by the Honorable Mother Wangare, MP, Gilgil constituency, on the shortage of birth registration materials, also known as B1 forms in the country. 2, question 105 of 2023 by the Honorable Abdul Haro, Mandera South constituency, on establishment of civil registration centers in every sub-county in the country. 3, question 106 of 2023 by the Honorable Joseph Gitari, MP, Kirinyaga Central constituency, on outstanding warrants of arrest from Kagumo Police Post against a certain individual. 4 is question 107 of 2023, again by the Honorable Joseph Gitari, MP, Kirinyaga Central constituency, on emergence of criminal gangs, all groups affiliated to terror groups in the country. Honorable Speaker, As we continue with the process, I will be updating the House every Thursday on the cabinet secretaries who are expected to appear the following week. Honorable Speaker, let me also take this opportunity on behalf of the House to thank you, because in line with our standing orders, Honorable Speaker, you are charged with the responsibility of designating a place where the cabinet secretaries will answer these questions, and I'm certain, Honorable Speaker, from the briefing in the House Business Committee this morning, that place has already been designated to where the civil servants bench is, and there will be a podium there, Honorable Speaker, for information of members, and that was able to be set up during the House Business Committee for the cabinet secretary to appear, and I shall be updating again on Thursday during the normal statement on the cabinet secretaries who appear in the following next week. Honorable Speaker, I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable members, as I had communicated earlier, on every Wednesday we expect to deal with, and this is with the approval and sanction of the House Business Committee, an average of 9 questions on every Wednesday. If we can schedule at least an average of 3 subject to availability of those questions to each minister to break the monotony. Any member who has filed a question and does not show up and does not given reasons for not being around in the chamber, the question will be dropped. After a question is asked, the member who has asked the question will have the first bite on supplementary. Thereafter, we'll allow 2 to 3 maximum members to ask supplementaries on the same questions, priority going to majority minority leaders if they are interested in those questions as your leaders. And on an average day, we want to deal with at least 3 ministers. If the questions are spread thinly, then 4 ministers at the very most. I encourage you members to be there to prosecute your questions, to have your facts right so that you are not on a misadventure in the guise of questions, so that we can get the public to understand fully this innovative way of interrogating ministers on the floor by you showing tremendous industry in what you do best, represent your constituencies. So don't bring a question, then you embark on asking things that are unrelated to the very question that you have brought to the House, or being personal with anybody, including the ministers, where it is not necessary. If a minister is inadequately answering the question, you leave it to Mr. Speaker or whoever is on the chair to deal with that minister. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Approval of nominees to 2 National Government Constituency Development Fund committees.
Musa Sirma, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund on 2 constituencies committee laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 21st March 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraph 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Regulations 2016, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 2 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. The committees are as listed on the order paper of Samburu East constituency, Mr. Speaker, which is a replacement of the earlier, to replace 1 member, and the one for Kandara constituency. Mr. Speaker, this is only amending the list of Samburu, and for the Kandara constituency, Mr. Speaker, is because we have a new member who
who came in, Mr. Speaker, and he was not able to give within the timelines we had before, and therefore we would like to ask the House to approve these names so that they can be able to access the funds which are available now at the level of 57 million shillings per constituency. Mr. Speaker, we want to appreciate that despite the fact that our salaries were delayed, it didn't matter, but CDF, we were able to give you 12 million shillings more to be able to do your bursaries and start development projects within your constituencies. Also, the AIEs have been sent to the various constituencies today, and you will access this money as from tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, and I want to ask Honorable Tandaza to second.
Honorable Tandaza. Give Honorable Tandaza the mic. There you are.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me start by first congratulating the member for Kandara constituency for having been elected the area member of parliament for that constituency. Honorable Speaker, it's sad that for the people of Kandara, for the whole of this financial year, they have not been able to access the funds that have been allocated for them. If I were the area member of parliament, I don't know what I would have done with all the kids that will be asking for bursaries specifically for them to go to school. But up to today, it is now upon the House, and I beseech the House as I second this motion, that you approve the committee so that Mheshimiwa, the MP for Kandara, can be able to execute his mandate as it is required by law. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second.
I propose the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituent Development Fund on 2 constituent committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 21st March 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituent Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraph 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations 2016, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 2 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. Number 1, Samburu East Constituency, Lalai Likaaso Matthew, male adult representative, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2)(b). 2, Kandara constituency, Timothy Ng'ang'a, male youth representative, pursuant to Section 43(2)(b). Samuel Kagwa Gichuru, male adult representative, appointment pursuant to Section 43(2)(b). Sarah Nyanjuki Kamandi, female youth rep, pursuant to Section 43(2)(c). Roslyn Duta Gitau, female adult representative, pursuant to Section 43(2)(c). Andoni Mwangi Kiguru, representative of persons with disability, pursuant to 43(2)(d). Sami Mburu Chege, nominee of the constituency office, male, pursuant to 43(2)(e). And Esther Mudhoni Kinuthia, nominee of the constituency office, female, pursuant to Section 43(2)(e). We put the question? Yes. And I put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituent Development Fund on 2 constituency committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 21st March 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituent Development Fund Act 2015 and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Regulations 2016 approves the list of nominees for the appointment to the following 2 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. 1, Samburu East Constituency, Lalaiguanani Likasau Matthew, male adult representative appointed pursuant to section 432B. 2, Kandara Constituency, Timothy Ng'ang'a male youth representative, section 432B. Order, minority leader. Order, you are disturbing the proceedings and is out of order to take phone calls on the floor. Samuel Kagwa Gishuru, male adult rep, section 432B. Sarah Nyanjuki Kamadi, female youth rep, 432C. Roslyn Duta Kitau, female adult rep, 432C. Anthony Mwangi Kiguru, representative of persons with disability, 432D. Sami Mburu Chege, nominee of the constituency office, male, 432E. Esther Mudhoni Kinuthia, nominee of the constituency office, female, 432E. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9. Motion.
Order on, hold on, clerk. I want to exercise my discretion and on the request of the majority leader to reorganize the order paper and skip order number 9 and go to order number 10, which will go on up to 5. If you have finished, the question will be put. If not, it will be put aside to go to the motion of adjournment. If the motion of adjournment is finished before our rise, then we'll go back to whatever will be left of order number 10 before we go back to order number 9. So call order number 10, sorry.
Order number 10, motion. Ratification of the agreement between Kenya and the United Kingdom on Defense Cooperation.
The Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations.
Thank you,
Honorable
Speaker. I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee of Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the agreement between the government of Kenya, of the Republic of Kenya rather, and the government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on defense cooperation, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 21st March 2023, and pursuant to provisions of Section 8, subsection 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on defense cooperation, subject to the following reservations. 1, Article 6.5 of the agreement should be amended by inserting a new paragraph immediately after paragraph H to include murder as one of the offenses which are under jurisdiction of the host nation. And 2, Article 23 of the agreement to include corporate social responsibility. Honorable Speaker, for the sake of time, I will skip some of my notes. Madam Speaker, sorry, that was a quick change, I didn't notice. Madam Speaker, this report details the consideration of the Departmental Committee of the agreement between the government of the Republic of Kenya and the government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on defense cooperation. The defense agreement provides a framework for exchange, sharing, and utilization of respective state experience, knowledge, military facilities and infrastructure, this will be instrumental in strengthening of bilateral relations between the two states. Just to bring honorable members up to speed, is that there has been an agreement between the Kenya and the United Kingdom on matters defense. Right now, we have an exchange program. Most of our officers are taken for training in the United Kingdom, and this exchange between allowing Batuk to train their soldiers in Kenya has allowed our officers to be, and which expired on 6th of October 2021. Through a letter dated 6 September 2021, the Cabinet Secretary for Defense, Dr. Monica Juma, submitted to the House for approval a copy of the agreement. It was subsequently committed to the then Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations on 8 September 2021. The committee was expected to consider the agreement and recommend its approval by the House with or without reservations pursuant to Section 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act. In fact, as I mentioned, that it is important, Honorable Speaker, for this House in future, going forward, that we look at the Treaty and Ratification Act. It really does not give honorable members an opportunity to make any changes. And I think it is a responsibility of honorable members, this House, and committees of this House to look at all the agreements that are done on behalf of the people of this country and make sure that their proposals and their input is also captured in these agreements. So it is important to have a mental note that it is as we go forward, we might need to consider and look at that Ratification and Treaties Act. It is quite prohibitive, and I think unnecessary, in my view, in its structure as it is currently. Honorable Speaker, when the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations of the 12th Parliament was considering the agreement review of facilitating ratification of the county government, on facilitating ratification, the county government of Laikipia, where the British Army Training Unit, commonly known as Batuk, is based, submitted a memorandum raising serious concern on defense cooperation between Kenya and UK. The county government says that since the beginning of the activities in Kenya, and despite the presence of binding agreements, Batuk had committed several atrocities to the people of the Republic of Kenya and to the environment in general. The county government of Laikipia cited the following example: Loldaiga Hills Conservancy fire incident, the murder of Agnes Wanjiru, allegedly by Batuk soldiers. Madam Speaker, this was quite a chilling experience for me. I didn't interact with this bit in last Parliament, but when it came, just to bring honorable members up to speed, this murder of Agnes Wanjiru is something that many of us will wish that it fades away. But we've decided as a committee that we must provide justice to this family. This is, Agnes Wanjiru is a 21-year-old lady who died brutally, and we believe was murdered by the British Army, and had a 5-year-old child at that time. The Kenyan government rushed on investigations. The UK, at the same time, the UK government and the UK Army did not want, they decided to brush this under the carpet, and we thought it was not just. As a committee, we looked at it and said, let's reverse the roles and look at it differently. What if Agnes Wanjiru had killed a white soldier? What will have been the case? How are we handling the case of Agnes Wanjiru? In my quest to deliver justice to this family, and with the support of our committee, I have had several meetings, either in my personal capacity as the chair, privately and officially with the committee, to try to find out exactly what happened. This matter has been raised so many times in UK. It was raised in the UK House of Commons, and 10 years down the line, even though the memories are fading, I don't think it is too late to find justice for the family of Agnes Wanjiru. My committee then has made serious recommendation, and just to let this committee know, is that shortly we shall be inviting the Director of Public Prosecution to find out exactly what happened to Agnes Wanjiru. Agnes Wanjiru's body was found 2 months after her brutal murder in a septic tank. The only reason that this body was able to be found was because it had become a Facebook taunt by the UK military officers, and one of them confessed that when they left the bar that night, one of their colleagues committed the heinous murder of Agnes Wanjiru. However, as much as we will want to have the UK government repatriate the officer who participated in this murder, we still, like I said, have a problem with how we structure our agreements and treaties. And that is why I said this House must be involved in writing of treaties and even at some times making recommendation. I want to promise this Honorable House that I've heard so much, as our committee, we've heard so much discussions, and justice to Agnes Wanjiru must be availed. To that end, let me say, due to the above-mentioned concerns, then, Honorable Speaker, among others, the 12th Parliament, the processing of this agreement was not concluded. A draft report was prepared that was yet to be tabled by the House. Honorable Speaker, through the letter dated 22nd November 2022, the agreement was submitted to the Cabinet Secretary by the Cabinet Secretary Honorable Adan Bare Duale. It was consequently tabled in the House on 24th November 2022 and committed to the Departmental Committee of Defense and Intelligence and Foreign Relations for consideration. The committee was expected to consider the agreement and recommend its adoption and approval by the National Assembly with or without reservations. The agreement contains 26 articles. Just to highlight a few, Honorable Speaker, Article 2 of the agreement identifies objective and enhancing bilateral cooperation on defense by identifying a framework for exchange of experience and knowledge for the use of mutual benefit of the Republic of Kenya and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Some of those agreements, A is a security and defense policy. The UK government has continued to be of a great importance to this country, particularly on matters of defense, especially when we're dealing with terrorism. And they've continued to provide personnel, they've continued to provide material in what we call excess defense article, EDA. Some of the equipment that we use, we get them from them, and almost for free. Another one is defense administration, welfare matters of military personnel. This one that I had mentioned, there is always an exchange program between our military and the military of the UK in trying as much as possible to make sure that they bring up to speed our officers to their sophisticated and almost advanced training in the United Kingdom. There is counter-piracy and other maritime security activities. In fact, until up to maybe 10 years ago, the Kenya Navy used to send every year officers to the UK for training on naval tactics and naval experience. And we've gained a lot from that experience. In fact, when you engage officers who went through the training in the UK, they will tell you the kind of training they undergo is exhaustive and extremely, extremely important exercise. We will, in this agreement, will continue advancing that they continue, because they used to take 10 officers, they are scaled down. We will want again to re-engage with them so that we are able to send as many officers as possible to train in the UK. There is also protection of the environment, which has been captured very well in this agreement. Military medical services, including research and development, military sports, disaster relief, humanitarian operation by the armed forces. It will be important for this country, for the Honorable House, Madam Speaker, to understand. When we had when we had the ferry disaster a while back, you remember the child and the mother who drowned in water,
The first line of call on such emergencies is normally the military, and this training has been advanced. Initially, the divers will go up to 100 meters, I'm told, but right now we have divers who can go up to 1 kilometer under the sea because of that training that will continue to advance between Kenya, the United Kingdom, and other countries that we are entering into defense cooperation agreements. There is also counterterrorism, like I pointed earlier, defense civilian component, exchange visit of military personnel, mapping, survey, and exchange of geographic materials, and other mutual interests upon in the future. Honorable Speaker, Article 6 of the agreement prescribes the legal status of the visiting forces, the draft agreement, while subjecting the visiting forces to the laws of the host nation. When you say the laws of the host nation, Honorable Speaker, if you realized in my initial statement, I said we have included murder so that there is no runaway murder. For as long as you are in the jurisdiction of this country, you must be put on trial by that state, not repatriating the officers to be tried elsewhere, where families like Agnes Wanjiru's family cannot afford to see that trial and participate on the trial. So we've allowed in this agreement that such offenses must be tried within the jurisdiction of the host nation, which is Kenya. Honorable Speaker, Article 24 of the agreement establishes the Intergovernmental Liaison Committee comprising the representatives of the Republic of Kenya and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to oversee the implementation of the agreement. The Intergovernmental Liaison Committee is also empowered to administer and implement the agreement and to settle all disputes and misunderstandings arising from the implementation of this agreement. Honorable Speaker, moving on in considering the agreement, the committee held a total of 11 sittings. The sittings were with the Ministry of Defense and other stakeholders. Pursuant to Article 118B of the Constitution on Public Participation and Section 83 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, the committee placed advertisement in the two local dailies on 20th October 2021, calling for submission of memorandum on the subject matter, and by the close of the deadline, the committee had not received any memoranda for or against the ratification of the agreement. However, the committee received submissions of the county government of Laikipia on 31st March 2022, long after the close of the deadline, but nonetheless we still looked at them and considered them in our report, which has been sufficiently addressed in this report from the committee. The memorandum of the county government of Laikipia raises concern over the claims of deaths and injuries, forms of suffering arising from activities related to the British Army training Batuk. The memo further advised that no form of compensation has been forthcoming to settle the claims. Honorable Speaker, defense agreements are important to the country, as they, among others, enable knowledge, transfer, and capacity building, and sharing of information in an increasingly complex global environment. Having processed the agreement, the committee observed that the agreement adds to the already existing bi- and multilateral agreements with other state agencies. The country stood to benefit from the expertise held by the counterpart state. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed that training by Batuk had failed to adhere to Kenyan laws and obligations under international law with respect to preservation of the environment pursuant to Article 8 of the agreement. And this is largely because of the earlier defense agreement. We've made it very clear that as they train, there should not be any environmental degradation. And in fact, they will take responsibility if there is going to be any that is going to happen going forward. That Allah do not consider that agreement, Honorable Speaker, that lapsed did not consider the environmental impact. However, this DCA will greatly address the impact of the environment where training of the troops will take place. Honorable Speaker, the committee further noted that Article 6, Sub-Article 5 provides for various offences which are not to be considered as arising out of official duty and therefore triable by the host nation. However, murder was not listed as one of the offences, thereby allowing cases similar to that of Agnes Wanjiru, not mentioned in the report, to occur in the future. The committee further noted that Article 23 of the agreement obligates visiting forces to respect and be sensitive to tradition, customs, or culture of the local communities of the places they are deployed in. However, the agreement does not provide for social corporate responsibility. I will say it here, Honorable Speaker, that it behoves the host nation to make sure that anyone we've signed an agreement with strictly is made to adhere to the rules and regulations of the land, whether it is the county government regulations or the constitution of this country. Such cases of murder, runaway murder, degradation of the environment will not happen if officers for Kenya were training in the UK, for instance. We should not allow that to happen in our soil. We've made it on strongest terms possible to the Kenya Defence Forces, the Ministry of Defence, and even the UK government through their representatives here in this country, that this country will not, and particularly this parliament, will not tolerate any misadventure. I see the light, if you allow me 1 minute to conclude, from the officers of the UK. Honourable Speaker, it's a long report, it's a very interesting report that I will invite honourable members, because of time, that you have a look at this report. It is important, it only touches on Batuk, but I'm sure there are other misadventure by visiting people from different countries that we have exchange program with that are happening but have never been raised. Only this one was captured because of the murder of Agnes Wanjiru, and I hope that going into the future, this Parliament will look into the Treaty and Ratification Act. With those many remarks, Honourable Speaker, I'll request the distinguished Honourable Member of the Committee, Honourable Mumusi, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to second the motion that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on defense cooperation, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, March 21st, 2023, which has been moved by the chairperson, the Honorable Nelson Koech, MP. Madam Speaker, as noted already, this report details the consideration by the Departmental Committee of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on defense cooperation. Madam Speaker, the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on defense cooperation had been signed on 27th July 2021 and replaces the previous defense cooperation agreement signed in 2015 and which expired on 6th October 2021. The expired agreement had been ratified by the House in 2016. Madam Speaker, the Kenya Defence Forces has been cooperating with the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland Defence Forces primarily in the defence industry training support and exchange of students in military institutions. With renewed strategic interest, it was useful to have a new agreement that took care of Kenya's interests. Madam Speaker, it is worth noting that the government then set up an interministerial committee comprising of representatives of the Ministry of Defense, Foreign Affairs and Interior, and Coordination of National Government, and the State Law Office was convened to consider and identify the Republic of Kenya's strategic interest in the bilateral cooperation with the government of the Republic of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on defense, and to further develop a draft agreement setting out the framework of cooperation. Further, a delegation from the Republic of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland was received at the Defense Headquarters in Nairobi to discuss and settle the terms of the draft agreement. Madam Speaker, the draft agreement was subsequently submitted to the State Law Office for clearance and legal advice. The draft agreement was cleared by State Law Office and the National Security Council and was accordingly signed by the parties on 27 July 2021 during the head of state visit to the United Kingdom. Madam Speaker, indeed, the agreement had been submitted for ratification in the last Parliament, a process that remained unconcluded at the end of the term of the 12th Parliament. The agreement was then resubmitted in the 13th Parliament for consideration by the National Assembly, which our committee has exercised its mandate and now has tabled the report for the consideration and approval by this august House. Madam Speaker, as the Chair has observed, the committee noted that the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland was one of the many existing defense cooperation agreements that Kenya and other countries and agencies. The legal instrument was geared towards improving defense cooperation between the states. Madam Speaker, I can see my time is up, but let me just state a few points for members to be able to contribute to this agreement between these two countries. Madam Speaker, first of all, it is important for the House to note that this is a better agreement than what we had previously. That is something that the House should be aware of. Second, Madam Speaker, in this agreement, we have put two important components that were not there before. One of the components is a CSR component, which was not there before. The other, as had been stated by the Chair, is a component on the murder aspect that...
Honorable Member, just move and second. Please second so that...
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
1 minute.
I second the motion and I urge the House to adopt. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I propose the question that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on defense cooperation, which was laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 21st March 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012, approves the ratification of the agreement between the Government of the Republic of Kenya and the Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on defense cooperation, subject to the following reservations. Article 6(5) of the agreement should be amended by inserting a new paragraph immediately after paragraph H to include murder as one of the offenses which is under the jurisdiction of the host nation. And 4, Article 23 of the agreement to include corporate social responsibility. Thank you, members. I now will allow members to contribute. The Honourable Member for Laikipia East, Honourable Mwangi Kiunjuri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I start to support the ratification of the agreement between Kenya government and United Kingdom on defense and cooperation. Madam Speaker, I happen to be in the host county, that is Laikipia County, and the host constituency, that is Laikipia East constituency, and partly we share with Sarah Korere, who is also the MP for Laikipia North. From the onset, it is good to note that the two countries have had cordial relationship, and in their affairs, issues of security are of paramount to the relationship between Kenya and the United Kingdom. Number two, Madam Speaker, is that we, as the people of Laikipia, had also fairly had a good relationship with the British Army themselves. And this dates back since I was a young boy. I remember vividly how we used to enjoy them, come to Nanyuki town. We should escort them from Nanyuki town to the barracks. They would give us sweets. And it was really, there were memorable days those days. Until, Madam Speaker, issues to do with the terrorism came, then COVID-19, but mostly issues to do with terrorism, and they took advantage to secure their officers, and the interaction almost came to a halt. At the same time, we really used to enjoy, because at least them being in Laikipia in numbers, our business community would really benefit, and they also had some social responsibility. However, over time, these have come almost to a halt, whereby we rarely see them in Nanyuki town. The business that the Africans, Kenyans used to do are now being done by themselves. They go back home, then come here, start businesses, and they have already taken almost all the businesses that our people can enjoy. But having said that also, we still have a relationship whereby it also benefits us. We have labor from our people, and some of them really benefiting with a few experiences from the British Army. I'm also aware that as a country, Kenya has really benefited out of this cooperation, whereby Kenyan officers are trained in UK, and when they are in the country, they exercise alongside each other, and that cannot be taken for granted. We have the framework that they have for exchange, sharing experiences, knowledge, military experience, and at the same time on infrastructure building. However, this should translate directly to the host counties. We have counties like Laikipia, Samburu, and Isiolo, where they carry out their exercises. And as members of those counties, representative of the people, we would like to see our counties really involved in whichever action government is going to take. When we do this amendment, ensure that the people of Laikipia, Samburu, and Isiolo are properly represented in any debate, in any agreement that will be carried out. On issues of our relationship, again, Madam Speaker, incidences, serious concerns have been raised. I've read through the report of the House on issues that were raised through a memorandum by Laikipia County government. We were also waiting for this committee to come, and they changed dates, and later on they never appeared on the ground. But again, I concur with the government of Laikipia County about commitment, the British Army, the Batuk, committing several atrocities to the people of Laikipia, not only that are harmful to the people, but also to the environment. We really remember vividly what happened in Rodaiga, the fire incidents, whereby even today, people are suffering from lung diseases. Some of them have been hospitalized, and we have also lost life. Madam Speaker, we also have blast injuries across Samburu, Isiolo, and Laikipia. And therefore, Madam Speaker, as we look at all these issues and renew this the ratification, we need to look at the issue with corporate social responsibility. I support amending section Article 23 and also amending Article 6(5) to enable the prosecution of these officers in the country. However,
The Honorable Leader of Minority, Honorable James Wandai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also lend my voice to this motion, which is it's been ably moved by the chairperson of the committee by stating from the outset that I support it. And I'm supporting it in principle, really. Yeah, because this cooperation has been useful, has been beneficial to both Kenya and the United Kingdom over the years. There, of course, have been issues around it that we can continue to thrash out as we move along. It's very, very important that we move this, that we support this motion so that the House adopts or approves this agreement to allow the two countries to continue engaging within the law. I know there's been a lacuna since the expiry of the previous agreement. And this agreement it must now be approved for us to operate within the law. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to agree that this is the right way to go in terms of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act of 2012. Now, no agreement can ever have the force of law, unless this House approves the same within the meaning of this act. And therefore, by bringing this motion today, the chairperson and his committee are basically fulfilling the requirements of not only the act, but the standing orders and the constitution of this country. Madam Speaker, there have been issues, and I'm happy that the committee is proposing the adoption of this agreement subject to some reservations. The matter of Wanjiru is very, very sad. The matter of that young lady is traumatizing, to say the least. And until it is resolved, this country shall not be at peace with itself. So as we approve this agreement, I really want to plead with the chairperson and his able committee to pursue this matter to its logical conclusion. That whatever it takes in the final analysis, let us as a House ensure that the family of this young lady finds justice. We cannot hide behind legal technicalities or jargons to deny this family their deserved justice. Madam Speaker, crime is crime. Crime is crime. And murder is a crime. And therefore, we cannot exempt murder among those crimes or criminal acts that the host nation is required to try. When you commit murder, Madam Speaker, in a host nation, that host nation must have the jurisdiction to try you. Whether you have left the country's jurisdiction or not, you must be extradited to face trial in a process that is fair, open, and transparent, as we believe our judiciary should be, Madam Speaker. And therefore, because we may have similar cases in the future, what shall we be telling Kenyans, especially my good friends from Laikipia, who are hosting this facility, that in future, if any other Kenyan would face the fate of Wanjiru, it would just go like that? No. We must send out a very strong message that anybody in this country who is aggrieved upon by these forces, the visiting nation forces, will have the chance to get justice. Madam Speaker, I have had occasion to read this agreement, the draft agreement, which we are being called upon to approve. And I agree that corporate social responsibility must be given more emphasis, more attention. A lot more emphasis must be put on the matter of corporate social responsibility. This is basically to also ensure that there is harmonious relationship between the communities and these foreign forces. Finally, Madam Speaker, I will be recommending that we develop a mechanism, and a mechanism to not only carry out due diligence on those officers who will be visiting our country on these missions, but also be able to debrief them before they leave eventually, if only to safeguard our national interests in terms of security and so on and so forth. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Leader of Minority. I now call upon Honorable Martha Wangari, Member for Gilgil constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to join my chairman and the committee on supporting this report. And in terms of the importance of this agreement, I will not deliver too much on it, Madam Speaker, but I will raise the issues because I sat in the same committee last Parliament. We had done a lot of work on this ratification, but we did not get to the ratification part because Parliament died. That session died before we did so. Madam Speaker, some issues have come up, but I also think as a House, we also must look, and I've written to the Speaker on the same, in terms of looking at the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, that is Section 8, so that we give Parliament some leeway to actually make an amendment to a treaty. Because as it is, Madam Speaker, right now, even the issues we don't agree with in this treaty, we can only voice them here as a reservation. We are not able to amend, Madam Speaker. The reason we raised these issues was because if you look at Section 6.5 of this agreement, you will find that they have exempted some issues that you take personal responsibility, and the host country has the jurisdiction to try. The issue of sexual assault, the issue of slavery, but they have omitted the issue of murder. That is why, Madam Speaker, we have not been able to totally resolve the issue of the death of Agnes Wanjiru, Madam Speaker. And we have had a sitting last Parliament with the DCI, we had a sitting with the DPP, and including the Ministry of Defense. And Madam Speaker, what we saw on that issue was a ping pong, which we have not yet resolved, because the DPP was categorical that the DCI should be able to make more investigation and do a deeper investigation to the death of Agnes Wanjiru. So, Madam Speaker, we are not able to get to the end until we deal with some of these issues. But I think the good of this relationship between these two countries, Madam Speaker, the good outweighs the bad. When we talk employment, we are talking over 500 that are employed permanently, many other casuals, civilian, Madam Speaker. The good in terms of the relationship is more. But this agreement, Madam Speaker, with the Ministry and the Defense Council advice, has also opened up this relationship so that it is not just about the training of our forces. It opens other areas, including the issue of initial, advanced, and follow-up training, the issue of research and development, because, Madam Speaker, you'll note that the issues we are dealing with now are dynamic even in the security sector. So the issue of research and development is very critical. The issue of disaster and humanitarian operation, the issue of military and civilian personnel, the issue of military sports, and these issues, Madam Speaker, are not there. So this will be a better agreement than the narrow, shallow view that we had, that all we could mutually agree on is the issue of training. Madam Speaker, every treaty also has an exit clause. In fact, this treaty can be terminated anytime, at any point, Madam Speaker, with a written request and consent with the two parties, Madam Speaker. It will be on time for 5 years and can be renewed, Madam Speaker, and it can be amended if we feel that an issue has come up, a dynamic issue has come up, a different issue has come up, Madam Speaker. This treaty can be amended by the mutual consent of the two parties. So, Madam Speaker, it leaves the flexibility that we can be able to also insert any other issue that comes along, Madam Speaker. But the one issue that it brings up, the issues that we have issues with, Madam Speaker, the issue of Agnes Wanjiru, that it cannot be just left to die like that. And we, as my chair has said, we will be calling the DCI again, because we would like to know how far this prosecution has gone, Madam Speaker. We would want to know when the DPP will open formal charges in terms of the killing of Madam Agnes Wanjiru, so that we can get justice to the family, including the other issues that have been raised by the resident members, Madam Speaker. The issue of fires, the compensation has not been done yet. The committee will have raised it, Madam Speaker, but because time is up, Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Before we go to the next speaker, I wish to recognize the presence of Turi Secondary School from Molo constituency, Nakuru County, seated in the Speaker's Gallery. Thank you. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Saboti, Honorable Caleb Amisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to support this agreement, particular treaty for ratification by Parliament. First of all, I want to praise our chairman for ably representing us and setting the stage for a good debate. And I rise to support as a committee member and also as a person who believes in defense cooperation between nations that have bilateral ties. I think, Honorable Speaker, defense cooperations between nations with bilateral ties is a common phenomenon, and Kenyans and the UK ties is for many years back. And this is not unique, because Kenya has had a cooperation before with the UK, only that we are saying, Madam Speaker, this is a better, a well, choreographed, well-researched agreement that has a more tying and a binding with our country. And Madam Speaker, if I put you through even the Article 2 of the draft agreement that identifies the objectives of enhancing bilateral cooperation on defense by identifying framework for exchange of experience, knowledge on the use and the mutual benefit of the Republic of Kenya and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. There are areas that were not captured in the previous agreement, and I'm also one of the members who have had a chance to look at this agreement in depth, especially having served in 12th Parliament. This is one of the agreements that have passed through 2 parliaments, if I may say so, because the 12th Parliament looked at it. It's just because of the lapse of the Parliament that it had to come back again. But we even looked at it even further and identified areas that we think we can cushion Kenya against being taken advantage of. And on Article 2, Madam Speaker, it also highlights on agreement in areas to regulate cooperation, in areas like security and defense policy, counter-piracy, defense administration, peacetime military activities. And especially, Madam Speaker, at a time when the world is becoming more dangerous, at a time when people are even talking about World War III, at a time when nations are going on each other, this is a cooperation that will enhance us, our military. Because UK, of course, by virtue of the economic power, has a more advanced defense capability, and this is beneficial to our nation. In areas of military exercise, counterterrorism, military sports, disaster relief, medicine, and research, these are areas that Kenya needs to take a keen interest, because the world is pumping much resources in education and research in search for more advanced technologies and more knowledge in matters military capability. So when we cooperate, even in areas of research and medicine, it gives us a headway into managing our military. And Madam Speaker, the position of Kenya in East Africa as an entry point to the Horn of Africa, it also put us in a precarious situation in the sense that, Madam Speaker, apart from just being a security threat, it is also a center of intelligence gathering. And we are at risk of espionage, we are at risk of losing very critical information to our enemies. And when we have enhanced intelligence sharing as part of this agreement, it is particularly important to the position of Kenya geopolitically, and where Kenya is also at a risk of losing the hegemonic power. We have Ethiopia here trying to challenge us in our position as an hegemon of the East African region. And this is the security threats to the country.
Can let him have a half a minute to finish his sentence.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to enhance the importance of such an agreement in a country that is so geopolitically positioned and therefore the risk of espionage and insecurity and interstate, intrastate chaotic environment. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to support and I second as a committee member as well. Thank you.
Honorable Bukosa, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, listening to the members contributing to this ratification, everybody seems to be supporting, and I find it repetitive. I ask that understanding order 95, that the mover be called to reply. Yes. Then we go to another.
What is the feeling of members?
Yes.
Okay, let's give a few more. Just the Honorable Sir George Murugara, member for Tharaka Nithi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Well, Speaker, let me support this report and adoption of the proposed treaty. Batuk has a long history in this country, and this is why we famously know them as Johnnies when they walk around Nanyuki and everywhere else. And a title, a name they got when they came over during the state of emergency to fight the Mau Mau, and derisively they used to be called Johnnies. It is very important to see the riders which are in this report, the reservations, for we do not want to have people visiting our country for whatever reason, and because of immunities provided by treaties, they are able to get away scot-free when they commit criminal acts. The treaties are becoming better and better every day, including this one, because I recollect as a young advocate, I used to represent Batuk soldiers whenever they committed offenses. It used to be the position then that they had to submit to jurisdiction if we were to try them. And dutifully, the British Army would actually surrender these officers. They would be charged with traffic offenses or other minor offenses. They would be tried. There were instances when they would actually be shipped out of the country to avoid the prosecution. And this was very unwelcome. And this is the reason why we have the rider on murder, and eventually we must have a whole clause in the treaty that all criminal offenses must be tried in the host country, because that is what the rule of law entails. What was the position before we had these treaties? Let me just narrate to this House what happened in the very early 80s when a British naval ship landed at Mombasa, and a young British officer known as Sandstrom actually engaged an African young girl by the name Jerry that time, and they went out for a night. Whatever happened is that Sandstrom killed Jerry using broken bottles, and the following morning he was apprehended as the naval ship waited. The net effect was he was charged in court before a white judge. The prosecutor from the office of the Attorney General was also a white man. Obviously, Sandstrom was represented by a white criminal lawyer. All of us know Georgiades by that time. Quickly, there was a plea of bargain. It was changed from murder to manslaughter. And the white judge, whose name I will withhold, had this to say in his sentence. While he gave Sandstrom 6 months suspended sentence, he remarked he could not afford to waste an expanse of the life of a young British soldier in the hands of an African prostitute. That is how bad it was. Of course, university students from the Faculty of Law were in the streets on the rampage and demonstrating, but as is usual with the demonstrations, nothing came out of it. That white judge never supervised that 6 months suspended sentence. Therefore, we have come a long way to come up with the treaties like this. And today, as an independent nation, sovereign nation, we should actually always get the best from our equal counterparts who are actually the British government. There cannot be any argument whatsoever that the British government has an upper hand in these negotiations. I don't know what much we benefit from them, but they also benefit a lot from us. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs should now go to the British government at arm's length and come up with the best of the treaties for this country. With those remarks, I beg to support.
Thank you, Member for Tharaka. Member for Saku, Honorable Dido Raso.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this agreement. And I want to congratulate the committee for their report. I think they have gone the extra mile to try to dig out what are the issues that are teething. And I want to tell them that the issues of individuals committing crimes should be separated from the relationship between countries, because a criminal act by an individual is a criminal act. And what they have done also as far as the issue of Agnes is concerned, I think I congratulate you guys. You must keep on pushing until justice is delivered to that family. Madam Speaker, the UK remains Kenya's major partner in matters defense, in defense transformation, in training, tactics, operations, strategy. KDF continues to borrow heavily from UK defense industry. That is how much our relations are embedded. The purpose of this agreement is to put ink on paper so that it becomes an agreement between two equal nations. UK will not be superior by signing this, or Kenya will not be inferior by signing this. What we have seen in the 12th Parliament, the 12th Parliament members of this committee refused to bring this particular agreement on the floor of the House because of the ping pong that was happening as a result of the issue of Agnes. And that is what we as committees of Parliament must do. We must do due diligence so that justice at the end of the day is delivered for Kenyans who are unfairly killed or unfairly punished by people who appear to be larger than life. Honorable Speaker, in the county of Laikipia, in Isiolo, in Samburu, there are cases of unexploded ordnance devices, cases of rapes reported, cases of accidents by Batuk vehicles. What we are asking through this particular agreement is justice must be served in the courts of Kenya, not in the courts of the UK. This particular case of Agnes was actually raised in the House of Commons, not in the Kenyan Parliament at the beginning, because soldiers were joking for one of them to say that, oh, you know, my colleague so-and-so killed a Kenyan lady. That should not happen. And also through this agreement, we must call on the UK government, the UK Ministry of Defense, to take responsibility for actions of their soldiers when they are in Kenya. Finally, Madam Speaker, visiting forces everywhere in the world, they will obey the laws of those countries as they arrive. Because the areas that Batuki is training in, these are pastoral areas. The pastoralists are normally herders, where they look after cattle, goats, and sheep and camels. Their areas are sparsely populated. Nobody should take advantage of these people. Finally, they could suffer disadvantages because many of them are illiterate. Many of them are people with small means. Nobody and this government should not allow foreigners to take advantage of our people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Laikipia, Honorable Jean Kogi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support the ratification of the Defense Cooperation Agreement, and with reason enough, because, Madam Speaker, I hail from Laikipia County, and I know as a county we've had a lot of benefits from British Army Training Unit in Kenya. Madam Speaker, that said, we'd also have to put in a lot of consideration that has been mentioned by the ones who are members who have spoken before me. First, Madam Speaker, it needs to be considered that in the British Batuk activities, we've had situations where there's been fires, like in the Lol Daiga. We also have the issue of Agnes Wanjiru. As a leader hailing from Laikipia, I feel this should be observed and justice must be delivered to Agnes' family. Another point, Madam Speaker, in regards to employment, we appreciate the very great initiatives British Army Training Unit in Kenya has brought to Laikipia County. However, it's good to mention that as they go to train in the various camps in Laikipia County, there is consideration that needs to be given to the people who are from Nanyuki, because Nanyuki hosts the main offices of the British Army. However, where they go to train is in the outskirts of Nanyuki town. So it is said that the locals in those areas are the ones who are supposed to be involved in the trainings. However, opportunities are denied to the people from Nanyuki town and Ngide ward. So, Honorable Speaker, those are issues that need to be considered. However, that said, there is a lot we benefit from the British Army Training Unit in Kenya while they are in Laikipia County. The first is that there's a lot to the economy that is benefited. They rent our houses, around 103 houses in Laikipia. They help us repair our roads. They are involved in water. They've dug a lot of boreholes in Laikipia County, as well as water conservation, and especially in this rainy season. On employment, we have a lot of our people getting employed there, and I must appreciate, especially on the catch roads, the skilled laborers are paid 1,300 per day, and the unskilled ones are paid 800. So that is good, and I also appreciate that during the COVID period, our people were paid throughout. Madam Speaker, I would not complete without appreciating that this year, and this term in particular, all the sanitary towels I'm supplying to our girls students in Laikipia County have been provided by the British Army. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the ratification of the Defense Cooperation Agreement. Thank you.
Honorable members, I know very many are anxious for the next motion, so I would request that if you still want to speak to these specific reports, as directed by the Speaker, the time up to 5 p.m., please put as an intervention so that I'm able to pick you up. This chance will go to the Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief, Honorable Speaker, and I just rise to support this report. Honorable Speaker, we have had this report in this House, I think, from the last Parliament, in the 12th Parliament, and as the Chair did indicate, in fact, the last committee in the 12th Parliament had done most of the work. And Honorable Speaker, you know you are a member of that committee in the 12th Parliament, you're still a member in this Parliament. Therefore, we commend the committee for the work they did. However, Honorable Speaker, I've had engagements around the issues that have been touched on, the issue of the unfortunate murder of the late Agnes Wanjiru in Nanyuki. Honorable Speaker, we have a responsibility as leaders who represent people in our constituencies, and not just leaders in Laikipia County, but all of us collectively, to ensure that whoever is training, or be it the military, be it the police, whether you are working in this country as an expatriate, that you respect the sanctity of life of Kenyans. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to ask, and we have had an engagement with the chair of this committee, that our investigative agencies must not let this matter die with the adoption of this report, if adopted. That our investigative agencies and those in the UK must work together to ensure that they get to the bottom of what happened to the life of the late Agnes Wanjiru. Because, Honorable Speaker, we must be a country where, like all other countries, when one of us loses a life, it must be a matter that is of concern to all of us as a country. And we cannot sweep the death of Agnes Wanjiru under the carpet. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, because I had an engagement with the Minister of the Armed Forces, or the Defense Forces in the UK some time back in my office, when he paid a courtesy call. And he indicated their willingness and determination to get to the bottom of this issue. I want to encourage our DCI and all our investigative agencies to work together with the investigative agencies in the UK to make sure that those who may have murdered Agnes Wanjiru, whether they are Kenyan nationals or their nationalities in the United Kingdom, that they are brought to book and charged before court, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the other issues that have been of concern to the people of Laikipia and the other areas that this troops training, Honorable Speaker, is issues that relate to respect of cultures, Honorable Speaker, and I want to encourage that these troops be cognizant of the cultures of the people in the areas that they are training, whether it is pastoralists, whether it is farmers, and even on issues, Honorable Speaker, issues like LGBTQ issues, Honorable Speaker, that have been issues in the countries where they come from and are not issues for us here, Honorable Speaker. They must also uphold the cultural values of the people and the areas where they are working in, even as they patronize clubs and other entertainment joints in Nanyuki town and surrounding towns, Honorable Speaker. They must bear in mind that they are working in a community that has certain cultural values and social values that we hold dear and respect them. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the environment, and the case in point is the Daiga Hills and the unfortunate fire incident and the issues that were raised by the county government of Laikipia. Honorable Speaker, as much as we appreciate this might have been an accident and a rather unfortunate incident, we must also ask these troops and even our own troops, wherever they train, to take care of the environment, to make sure that such unfortunate incidents do not happen. And even issues, Honorable Speaker, that we have seen of landmines and explosives being left uncollected and unattended to, and blowing up young boys and herders as they had their livestock, Honorable Speaker, that the troops, wherever they train, they also remain very sensitive to the communities around them. And with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me to support this report and urge the House that we do approve this report and close the matter, as I said, that started in the 12th Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you. Member for Busia, Honorable Catherine Omani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really love the motion and I support fully. It will help either way the two nations to appreciate each other's culture, and if anyone, white or black, if they do anything that is not in line with the law of the nation, they should be answerable, and this will improve both sides to be responsible whenever they visit each other's nation. Looking into Wanjiru's case, Wanjiru is a Kenyan, she's a human being, and looking into how Britain looks into human rights, they should be the first people not to ignore such a thing. That family must be compensated, and I really applaud the committee that has come up with this treaty. I know that other cases that were heard and never dealt with, this case will help every other case to never just be looked into. When it comes to human, a person even losing their life, there is no white or black. There is no superiority or inferiority issue there. Somebody's life has been lost, and I appreciate that this treaty is going to look into this and beyond. So I have had most of my colleagues who have mentioned things, issues to do with maybe British Army whenever they come here, if possible, those who will be coming to do a reconnaissance visit to understand properly, extensively and intensively what Kenyans value more, so that we don't keep on eroding our cultures and thinking that the other culture is better. So this motion is good and needs support from all of us. Thank you.
Member for Molo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this particular motion, and to thank the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs for really this good report. Honorable Speaker, I will start with where the Honorable Member left on this unfortunate murder of Agnes Wanjiru. That this innocent lady that died in the hands of this British soldiers, Madam Speaker, there should be justice. And when, Madam Speaker, we talk about matters of human rights, these are the human rights we care about. This innocent young girl that died in the hands of these British soldiers in Laikipia, these are matters, the matters of human rights that we want to hear being talked about by Britain to the people of Kenya. That is why, as Honorable Leader of Majority has said, the issues of LGBTQ for us are not human rights. The issue of human rights are this sanctity of this life, this lady that died in the hands of these soldiers. That is a human rights that we want to hear about, Madam Speaker. I allowed that the British soldiers have done a lot of corporate social responsibility around Laikipia area. And I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that these corporate responsibilities that have been being done for the great people of Laikipia, whether it is building the schools, building their hospitals, or the supplies they are helping with drought mitigation, is not just through this process of ratification of this agreement, that this corporate responsibility will continue even at this 13th Parliament ratifies this particular agreement, Madam Speaker. I also note that for once, this agreement expressly provides for the payment that should be made for the use of that land in Laikipia. Because, Madam Speaker, we've had this unfortunate incident as a country of a preferential treatment we give to outsiders, many times at the expense of locals. Because it's surprising that for all the years that the British soldiers have operated in Kenya, they have used our land for training without a specific payment being made to the people of Kenya. And if we extended to several large parcels of land across the country, then I will not be surprised to find many multinationals using our land without having to compensate the people of Kenya or the government of Kenya for the use of that particular land. And sometimes this is where we discriminate against ourselves. And perhaps even, Madam Speaker, how these soldiers got away with this murder was we have a way of giving preferential treatment to outsiders, to foreigners, at the expense of locals, Madam Speaker. That if a police officer finds a white man that perhaps has ran the red light, and a black man that has ran the red light, then the police officer will stop the black man and send him to prison and let the white man scot-free, Madam Speaker. That if there's a conflict in a marriage where maybe it's a white man cohabiting or being married to a black woman, and then there is violence vetted on the black woman, you'll find police officers most of the time siding with the white people, Mr. Speaker. And the reverse is also true. Where we have violence being met against a black man by a black woman, we find our judicial system giving preferential treatment to these white people or these other nationalities, Madam Speaker. And as I finish, when we talk about the sanctity of human life, we're not just talking about Agnes or Njiko, we're talking about the late Jeff that was thrown under a roof, from a roof in Kasarani, and all these other people. Because, Madam Speaker, we've had a very interesting trend. I think every week we're having somebody being thrown from the second floor or the fourth floor of some apartments in Kasarani. These deaths must stop. We must, as a country, have respect to the sanctity of human life and protect the human life and dignity of every Kenyan, irrespective of their age, race, or social status in society. And with that, I support this report, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Alego. Honorable Samuel Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, from the word go, as a House, I think what we need to focus on when we are discussing agreements of this nature is to understand the philosophy behind these agreements. Honorable Speaker, if you look at these agreements, they are heavily tinted in favor of the British. And even if you talk about the benefits, the subsistence benefits that I've had from my colleagues, about 500 people employed, some casual laborers, they don't compare, Madam Speaker. And from where I sit, I think these agreements are an extension of colonial domination. The British continues to dominate us through some of these agreements by, having their officers trained, army people trained in our land, and pretending to be giving us benefits. Madam Speaker, I heard the British High Commissioner say that since 2016, the British have spent about 5 billion shillings in supporting this program, and this money has gone into benefiting the economy of Kenya. Madam Speaker, this is quite peanuts. And I think what I want to say on the Speaker, as I support it, the adoption of this report, is that in future, let us, as a House, look at the philosophy behind some of these agreements, and if these agreements are an extension of colonialism, we have to reject them. I have also listened to the report that there's an addition on the CSR as being included as part of the agreement, the treaty. Madam Speaker, do you need an agreement for you to support me? Because what we are simply saying is that now there's an agreement that now the British will be allowed to do CSR. CSR is something that should be voluntary. And if the British people believe that this agreement is good for them, then we need not to remind them that CSR needs to be part of this treaty. Therefore, Madam Speaker, what I want to say is that we need to think beyond the peanuts that this agreement is giving us in terms of employment of a few people. And lastly, Madam Speaker, this issue of Wanjiru is more than just death. It is, for me, an affront on the dignity of a Kenyan. And the fact that the British soldiers can come here and kill one of us, and then they take that officer who allegedly did the killing has been taken back to their country, and then they tell us that the investigation is not sufficient. I think this is really an affront on the dignity of an African. And we must continue to reject the continuous domination of the white man on our land, on the back of saying that they're giving us some peanuts, some employment of 500 people, some, CSR, some, what the women rep was saying here, that they are, some little things. So, Madam Speaker, the philosophy behind these agreements is what this Parliament needs to focus on, not the little benefits that the British people are giving us. Otherwise, I support.
Member for Nakuru Town East.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I arise to support this report. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Chair and his team for the very elaborate work that they did. Honorable Speaker, it's not easy. The last time we were doing some treaties here, we were told that you cannot be able to change even a comma or a sentence. But I want to agree that the committee has looked into the agreement, and on page 3, somewhere, the committee did look into that and has said that they will either adopt or approve through the National Assembly with or without reservation. And I think that is something that is very important for this House, that documents are not just brought here as a conveyor belt. They are brought here to be scrutinized, and where we think there is a problem, then that problem is sorted. And I want to thank the committee that in their report, they have looked into some very critical aspects, which most of the time are not looked into. And one of the issues, among others, there's so many that they were looking, it is about the protection of the environment. And Honorable Speaker, it is important to talk about our environment. And whatever activity is done in this country that affects our environment, it might even eat up into the gains that we normally get from this kind of activities. So I want to agree that the committee, having looked at, among other things, they were concerned about the environmental effect that the British and the Northern Ireland military activity happens in Laikipia. Honorable Speaker, it is true, as Mheshimiwa Mrungara was saying, they are known as if they are the ones who have kept alive Laikipia and more so Nanyuki town itself. And we want to appreciate, much as there are those issues which are emerging, is that we also as a country do benefit. And I remember in the last parliament, and it's a little bit unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, that this report was tabled in 2021. And it has taken that long for it to be able to get to this level and get an approval. And Honorable Speaker, these are some of the things we want to think as Parliament, that we should be allowed to proceed from where the last government had reached, so that again we don't take too much. But I want to thank the committee that within 6 months they have been able to revisit this issue, and they have been able to make a report that has been brought to, but a little bit of it. And one of the issues that the committee did allude to the fact that there are those offenses which the host country cannot be able to prosecute. And I think it is important, Honorable Speaker, for us to really think. And I want to thank the committee that among the few recommendations that they did put, one of the issues is that the agreement should be amended by inserting a new paragraph immediately after paragraph H to include murder as one of the offenses which are under the jurisdiction of the host nation. And I want to agree with the committee. Honorable Chair, we cannot allow, if it was an ordinary Kenyan out there in Britain, by now he would be languishing in their jails. But somebody just walks here and all of a sudden they commit that crime, and again, it's not fair. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for taking their time, and more so even scrutinizing, and the few amendments that they have proposed. I hope it will be included in the report. We would want to thank the committee very much that it is all about protecting Kenyans, and not what we gain, the little money that we gain from the few shillings that they spend in some clubs. That not help us a lot. It only helps a few people, and maybe not ladies only, but maybe others. But also I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity today, because we come from the same county, and you are a great lady. I wish you the next parliament.
Thank you. Your time is up, Honorable Gekaria. As directed by the Speaker, it's now 5 p.m. This debate will proceed in the consequent sitting on this specific motion. Now we'll go to the adjournment motion by the leader of minority, Honorable Wandai. You will have 10 minutes. Every other speaker will have strictly 5 minutes. This motion will not be seconded. I'm just saying that for those ones who are volunteering to second. this Honorable Pio and I.
How many minutes do I have? 20?
Yes.
20, okay.
You have
20.
You have 10 minutes.
Only 10.
10 minutes only. Every other speaker, 5 minutes, strictly.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Of course, I am raising under Standing Order 33, 1 of the standing orders to move this motion. Madam Speaker, as I alluded to earlier on, we are facing unprecedented times in this country. Madam Speaker, it is the first time in the history of this country since we attained our independence way back in 1963 that the government of the Republic of Kenya has failed to pay its workers, specifically civil servants, their salaries. As we speak, we have got thousands and thousands of workers who are yet to receive their March salaries. And today we are on the 11th of April, Madam Speaker. And there is no indication as to when these salaries will be paid, if at all they'll be paid, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are advised that a nation or a country is like a going concern. It's like a going concern, really. But any time, and accountants here can tell you, any time a going concern fails or defaults in paying its workers, it is basically teetering on bankruptcy. And therefore it will be safe to say that Kenya is almost becoming bankrupt, if it is not yet bankrupt, Madam Speaker. And this is no idle talk. This is very serious matter, Madam Speaker. This is very serious matter, Madam Speaker. That this country is becoming bankrupt as we watch, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is not just about salary delays. As we speak, the county governments, the 47 of them, are facing serious financial crunch. Out of the 370 billion shillings, which is the equitable share that was supposed to go to the counties in this financial year, 2 months before the end of the financial year, only 141 billion shillings has been disbursed, Madam Speaker. And county governments are unable to pay their employees, leave alone providing essential services to the people of this country, Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, there has been no remittance to the counties for the entire period of January to April this year, which is unprecedented. Even when we had the worst situation of COVID-19, this never happened, Madam Speaker. We would be forgiven to imagine that we are under some sort of war. What possibly could be happening, Madam Speaker? That's the question we're asking this afternoon, Madam Speaker. Above all, nearly all development projects have come to a halt. They have gone to a halt on account of lack of money, Madam Speaker. But this is the question we're asking. Where has the money gone? Madam Speaker, according to the estimates of revenue, grants and loans for the year ending 30th June this year, which we approved in this House last year, KRA had a target of 2.1 trillion shillings to collect in form of tax revenues. As at the end of February, KRA has only been able to collect 1.2 trillion shillings, which essentially amounts to 57% of the target. And yesterday we were being told through some unsigned statement, which ostensibly came from KRA in the name of acting Commissioner General. It was unsigned. I believe it was fake. That statement was saying that the KRA has been able to collect 95% of its target, or attain 95% of its original target. That can't be true, because the tax revenue target can only be approved by this House. And I can confirm to you that even in the supplementary estimates which we passed here a couple of weeks ago, there was no variation in this target of tax revenue, Madam Speaker. And therefore KRA has fallen short of its target.
Madam Speaker, if they are disputing this, let them come out tomorrow and dispute these facts. I can tell you. I'll be happy to face them all head on. Madam Speaker, we have heard contradictory statements emanating from KRA. One from the chairman of the board of directors of KRA, one Anthony Maura. He's on record saying that he's trying to drain the swamp in KRA, that there are officers in KRA who are predisposed to steal public money, and therefore he has to remove them, Madam Speaker. And yet the statement which supposedly came from KRA yesterday was disputing this fact. So who do we believe? Do we believe the KRA Board of Directors Chairman, or do we believe the KRA Commissioner General? Madam Speaker, who do we believe? Who do we believe? Madam Speaker, and if we to believe the Commissioner General, what the hell is the chairman of the KRA Board, who is supposed to be a ceremonial office holder, doing in issuing out executive orders, Madam Speaker? In any case, Madam Speaker, there are serious integrity issues surrounding the chairperson of KRA. I will table a report now. I will table this therefore. Madam Speaker, on the 5th of October 2022, the Kenya Revenue Authority wrote to the Director, National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority regarding agency suspension notice on Todi Civil Engineering Company Limited, business number 154472. Madam Speaker, this letter had the effect of shutting down the account of Todi Civil Engineering Company Limited on account of tax evasion. This letter was written on 5th October and signed off by Mr. Paul Kirui, the Debt Manager, Medium Taxpayers Office, Madam Speaker, Corporate Taxpayer Account Management Division, Domestic Taxes Department. The upshot of this is that even as this gentleman was being appointed as the chairman of the board of directors of KRA, he had issues to do with tax evasion concerning his own company. Madam Speaker,
what's your point of order?
I am not aware if this issue was ever resolved.
Because order, Honorable Wandai. What is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, the leader of minority is discussing a letter which is not in circulation, which he has not tabled before this House, and therefore I think you can't bring a document that is not been tabled before the Madam Speaker. So I think it's out of order to discuss something that is not tabled before this House.
You know, Honorable Kosi knows very well that I've been in this house long enough.
Order, Honorable Wandai.
Just as long as I have also been here, my friend.
Order, Honorable Wandai. Order, Honorable Wandai. Regardless of how long we have been in this house, I think we should follow our standing orders, ensure that any document you refer to is substantiated, and also refer to your own motion on the issues that we are discussing. Substantiate, and it has to be tabled and be property of the House if it should be discussed.
Madam Speaker, I table. You can scrutinize it, and I've got extra copies here for Honorable Kosi and the rest. Madam Speaker, my time is not yet even halfway. Madam Speaker, even if we were to assume that the KRA is right in their suggestion that they ever achieve their target, then where is the money? Next week I'll be coming back here to discuss more about National Treasury, Madam Speaker. And therefore, it behoves the KRA and the National Treasury to tell us where our taxpayers' money has gone. Because for the first time in this country, we are failing to meet our very basic obligations as a country. Madam Speaker, as we speak, there is a threat already issued of retrenchment of hapless, poor civil servants. Madam Speaker, it
It was issued last night by none other than the chairman of the Economic Advisory, whatever. Madam Speaker, David Ndii had the audacity to say that he is going to recommend retrenchment of poor civil servants. How dare you retrench poor workers? How dare you retrench poor hustlers while recruiting and appointing a necessary number of CAS? How dare you retrench workers while creating offices for your spouses? How dare you retrench poor workers while buying expensive cars? And
what is your point of order? Member for
I rise pursuant to standing order number 91. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, standing order number 91, its heading says responsibility for statement of fact. Madam Speaker, I have just noticed when I just walked in, I was shown this document which has been circulated to members and which is purportedly tabled by the Honorable Wandai, the minority leader. It's a letter that is addressed to the Director, National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. It talks about agency suspension notice to the Civil Engineering Company Limited. Madam Speaker, I was at the House Business Committee. I've looked at the motion of the minority leader. This letter has no relevance at all to the motion that he is prosecuting and purporting to execute. Would I be in order? Would I be in order, Madam Speaker? Would I be in order, Madam Speaker? Would I be in order, Madam Speaker? You know, the difference between me and the Honorable John Mbadi is that he's a lawmaker and I'm a lawyer. So I multitask. So, and this is not your relevant field. Your field, I'm both a lawmaker and a lawyer, so you better listen to me. Listen first. So, Madam Speaker.
Wind up on the point of order.
Yes, would I be in order? You know, the only thing, Madam Speaker, is people shouting at you. You know, every civilized community listens. In fact, they say, if he reads the Bible says listen. The Bible says listen. So, you know, people need to listen. You know, one of the virtues of wisdom is listening. So,
if you have a point of order, please prosecute the point of order so that we are orderly. Yes, so that we are in. You have 1 minute. Finish up.
Madam Speaker, you know, the Honorable Wandai cannot purport to be standing and interrupting me when I'm raising a point of order. You cannot be the one concluding. Honorable Speaker.
You are already on your feet.
Honorable Speaker, this purported notice has no relevance at all to the motion that is being moved by the Honorable Wandai. And would I be in order, Madam Speaker, to request the Honorable Wandai to withdraw or you expand this particular purported tabling of documents that are irrelevant to the motion, that it be completely taken out of this debate? I thank you.
Madam Speaker, I was getting worried that Honorable Chepkonga is usurping your power and mandate. Madam Speaker, I am very much relevant because I am talking about failure of the government of Kenya to meet its financial obligations, which failure is attributable to possible theft of money. And therefore, at the core of this theft could be integrity, the integrity of those who are in charge of KRA.
Order.
And the National Treasury.
Order.
So I am perfectly in order.
Order. I was actually going through your motion. Please take your seat. I was going through your motion, and I was also going through the letter that you have tabled, because we are a house of order, we are a house of debate. And this one, the letter you have tabled, is actually directed to National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. Let us adhere to the rules of debate. This matter, if it's an issue of companies, we have committees in this house. In fact, all the oversight committees are led by the minority side. So I would actually say that the relevance to this, what we are discussing today, there is no congruence at all. There is no congruence. So I would... Order members. Order members. Order members. Order. It is okay to ventilate, but this is a house of record. I will direct that you withdraw this letter officially and formally and prosecute your motion. You have a balance of 2 minutes, and then we will have 5 minutes for every member.
Let me say this. If you find this letter inadmissible, you can simply go ahead and expunge it. But I can't withdraw it, you know very well. You know, I am not the person who can do irregular things. This letter is at the core of the issues in KRA. And I want you to confirm or disapprove the fact that this company belongs to the chairman of the KRA Board of Directors.
Honorable Chepkonga, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, this is a house of rules. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 91. You know, this is a house of rules. You know, when the minority leader, who is supposed to observe decorum in this house and rules of procedure, and then threatens the speaker and tells the speaker, you can overrule me, but I'm not going to withdraw. That in itself, Madam Speaker, is throwing, and you know, Madam Speaker, how can we listen to a senior leader of the standing of Honorable Wandai threatening the speaker and
Honorable Chepkonga, I will persuade you to tell you I'm also a seasoned politician. I am not a new member in this house, so I do not actually need protection, but I will actually need Honorable Pio Wandai to actually adhere to that ruling. You will withdraw this letter, you will continue with the motion, and we will continue with the debate, and the rules of relevance will be adhered to.
Madam Speaker, you can only withdraw a statement you have made on the floor of the House if it is inappropriate. You cannot withdraw a document. A document, if it's admissible, you just expunge. Just expunge. And therefore, I'm not withdrawing anything. Madam Speaker, I conclude now.
Order members.
Yes.
I therefore rule that this document is not admissible and will be expunged from the records of the House.
Fine. Madam Speaker, let me conclude that we cannot run away from the problems we are facing as a country. The government which is in power cannot run away from the problems that face the country by continuously scapegoating, by continuously backpassing to the old regime. There is this tired narrative of the handshake regime, handshake government. It is on record that there has never been a government known as handshake in this country. The past government was led by none other than Uhuru Kenyatta and deputized by none other than William Samoei Ruto. For 5 good years, you must take responsibility for the good things that government did and also own up for the bad deeds of that government. You cannot scapegoat. You cannot continue to find a scapegoat in Raila'S Odinga. We must caution you that scapegoating will...
Your time is up. These debates, for those who have just come in, we will have 5 minutes for every member. Anytime you get a chance, you have 5 minutes. We will start with the member for Endebess, Honorable Robert Pukose.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is true that the economy is not doing well. But it is also true that we got ourselves in this position because of the previous government. Madam Speaker, when President RUTO took power, we remember that the government was broke. and we cannot run away from that. It is true, the government is not performing well. But it is true that that government got itself in that position because of the previous government. So you cannot run away from that. When President RUTO took over, the prices of unga was 250. Everything was skyrocketing. The country was sliding in the wrong direction. So we should give credit where it is due. We are on the right track from that recovery. And it's because of the economic remedies or positions which the government has done. We remember that the previous government borrowed left and right. You cannot say that we are paying everything, but we are paying through debts. We are paying through borrowing. So you cannot come and you cannot continue borrowing to pay for salaries. That is wrong. And therefore, you can, and having failed yourselves, because you are part of that government, through Raila Odinga, through the handshake, you cannot say now that you have a remedy for it. You don't. You don't, because the methods you prescribed. Let's talk of the subsidies that were there. The subsidy for unga, which was put there, never reached anybody. We went to the supermarkets, there was no unga. Yeah? Subsidies were put on fuel, but those subsidies did not benefit the fuel distributors. Instead, it benefited the fuel dealers. And people ended up opening more companies so that they could pay. What is your point of order?
No, Mbadi is sitting very well. Madam Speaker, the speaker on the floor is a friend of mine, a renowned doctor. And that's precisely why he must speak facts while on the floor of the House. I have heard him talk about mentioning names and talking about previous governments and saying that you are part of it. Can the speaker, can the person who is on the floor tell us exactly how Raila ever entered in that government and what role did he play in that government? How does it culminate into this discussion, and who was responsible for that executive in that government? If he cannot, I would invite you, Madam Speaker, to respectfully find him out of order and to ask him to withdraw those comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, the People's Chief Justice. You know very well.
Honorable Pukose, have you mentioned
Raila Odinga?
Yes, and I think
no, the Raila Odinga has been mentioned by the People's Chief Justice, and he knows very well that Raila Odinga facilitated state capture through the handshake, and he's the one who saw Raila Odinga in uhuru back.
Order, members.
And that's how Raila Odinga got himself into government through you are swearing in.
Order, Honorable Pukose. I think, honorable members, however emotive this issue is, we are a house of records. So let us follow our rules. Make sure you do not discuss a member without a motion. And I think we will be orderly and disciplined that way. So let us keep it to the motion, okay? Member for Endebes, please continue and finish up. You have a few minutes to go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to state categorically that we cannot blame the government that has not even implemented this budget. The budget that we are currently implementing is the budget of the former government. What we've only done is to do supplementary budget to try and align with the government agenda.
Your time is up. Member for Kathiani, Honorable Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. First, I want to begin by thanking the leader of the minority for noting that Kenyans are suffering and coming up with this very, very timely motion, because Kenyans will now be able to watch and know those representatives that care for them and those that do not care. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I want to just say that during the last campaigns, because we came from campaigns last year, this Kenya Kwanza administration promised heaven on earth. But Madam Speaker, the current situation is actually hell on earth. Madam Speaker, the cost of unga is still high, the cost of electricity is going higher, the cost of fuel is high. Now we have started issues of delaying of salaries, something that has never happened to this house since 1963 when we got our independence. Yes. Madam Speaker, it is happening now under the watch of this current regime of Kenya Kwanza. Madam Speaker, we have heard that there are threats to even retrench employees of the civil service without any plan. Madam Speaker, it is such a problem. Madam Speaker, even as we speak now, members of parliament who are on their first term, second term, third term may probably be facing no re-election because there is no CDF. Out of the money of CDF, Madam Speaker, almost 100 million is still owed to all constituencies. Our counties are also crying. Madam Speaker, we have economic meltdown of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, what solutions is Kenya Kwanza offering? The answer is none. Right. What they have done is they're just pushing, blaming other people. And Madam Speaker, I'm very happy because the issue of Uhuru and Raila has been mentioned. And they keep telling us that they found empty coffers. I think money was stolen. Let me say, Madam Speaker, that this regime must respect the rule of law. If anyone steals money, they control the police, they control ESCC, they control DCI, they control DPP. Let them arrest the people that they keep talking about. Yes. Otherwise, we cannot keep, shifting blame on people that are not responsible for the problems that this country is facing. And Madam Speaker, let me tell you, last night on a Monday report, the economic advisor to the president was on TV. I am telling you, Madam Speaker, what he said is that this regime does not take advice. He said this regime is wasteful. He said this regime has excesses of employing COSs, has excesses of buying vehicles for leadership, has excesses of giving sponsors and children offices. Madam Speaker,
Order, Honorable Mbui. Order. Leader of majority, what is your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Robert Mbui had gone very well until he started misrepresenting facts and statements by people who are not in this house, like the advisor to the president, Dr. David D. And indeed, he has asserted that Dr. D spoke about this regime. And we all watched Dr. D. And we have been listening to Dr. D. And Dr. D was talking about governments. He never spoke about this regime. Honorable Speaker, if I can get your attention. Honorable Speaker, I was indulging you so that you can get consult with the clerk. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Robert Mbui must state in this house what are facts and not twist the words of others to suit what is otherwise a very parochial statement in an otherwise very deep discussion. And you know, the Honorable Robert Mbui fractured his leg in 2017 in demonstrations, and I have been encouraging him. This is the forum to speak to matters about the cost of living,
majority
not in the streets.
What is your point of order?
Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I was standing on the number 91 on statement of fact that the Honorable Mbui cannot mislead the House. And you know, he's a seasoned parliamentarian and a good man. The Honorable Robert Mbui is an otherwise good man. In 2017, when he followed the others, he fractured his leg. This time I warned him and I advised him, and I am glad he heeded my advice. He has not.
Honorable Ishongwa. Honorable Ishongwa, I think we have alluded to TV shows in this house once in a while. So I think what Honorable Mbue just alluded to is a show for yesterday. Please continue, Honorable Mbue.
Madam Speaker, I'm still wondering what my broken leg has anything to do with the cost of living. But finally, David B. did say that politics is very expensive, and the Kenya Kwanza admin needs to recover the money that they spent in the last campaigns. So, Madam Speaker, I think that Kenyans are in trouble, and I wish that they can listen to us so we can give them some advice to move the country forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Other members, we'll now go to the member for Baringo, Honorable Florence Jematia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity, and I want to contribute to this motion before the floor on cost of living in Kenya. Once again, I want to say all of us are living in this year of 2023, and we all know the problems of Kenya was caused not only this year, but it has been there for a while. I want to remind the member on the floor, or the member of the motion, leader of minority, that in fact he diverted by bringing a less part of cost of living.
That was already expunged. Please debate to the motion.
Okay. Protect me, Honorable Speaker.
You are protected. Please continue. You have the floor.
Thank you, thank you. The cost of living in Kenya is not caused by a one-man called the government, President of Kenya today. It has been caused by many things. First of all, we are looking at international problems. We are also having the climate change. Yes, because we are part of the universe, this universe. We are also and Madam Speaker, if you look at what the member on the floor is trying to do, is giving us an impression that they woke up this day and realized that the cost of living is so high, and this cost of living is because of the regime that was there before us.
What is your point of order, Leader of Majority?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the entire country is watching us. And the motion that has been brought by the Leader of Minority is a very important motion. And the issues that we are deliberating on are the issues that we have been elected by the people of Kenya to come and transact here. Issues that are concerned to the people. And I think Article 94 to 96 of the Constitution speaks heavily about our role as members of Parliament to address matters that are of concern to the people. Honorable Speaker, it is sad that the Honorable Jematia, and you understand, is a new member in the House. But it is rather unfair, Honorable Speaker, for the Honorable T.J. Kajuang, the Honorable John Buddy, the Honorable Robert Mbui, the owner of the motion, the Honorable Opio Andai, to be shouting at the Honorable Jematia to try. You know, for someone like me, you can shout all you want. You will not dissuade me from saying what I will say. I will still say. For a lady, a beautiful lady, and I know they're enjoying the view from where they are seated.
Honorable Ishongwa. Honorable Ishongwa, I believe Honorable Jematia brings more than just the view to this house. But more importantly, let us observe decorum. I can see seasoned members of this house. Let us observe decorum so that every member can be heard and we can debate this motion as we should. Honorable Jematia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to say, this is one of the problems why we are having the high cost of living. It is because when we want to discuss issues like this, we have the people who have gone to school, have all the brains, wasting it by not giving us solutions on why what we are supposed to be doing better. As I speak to you, Honorable Speaker, to this House, we are so seriously focused on building the economy by by planting. It's our planting season, but you realize as much as we are focused on going to the farms, I am so surprised that I have not seen our colleagues here showing interest that something is being done to this country. And by the way, Honorable Speaker, you can be an opposition leader, but you still be able to be a patriot. You don't have to be always against the government. And when issues of government is being discussed, your
time is up. Member for Dagoretti South.
Honorable Speaker, I do thank you for this opportunity. And in the same breath, I'd like to really thank the Honorable Opiyo Wandayi for bringing such a timely issue to the floor of the House so that it can be debated in the right place, Madam Speaker. A few weeks back, this city witnessed a lot of destruction in the name of fighting for the cost of living. However, we have a constitution that mandates this House to address matters that concern Kenyans and resolve them. So this matter is properly before the House, it's properly in the right place, and for that I thank the leader of minority. Madam Speaker, the cost of living has become an issue in this country, not today. Madam Speaker, the sponsor of this motion belongs to a formation that has a leader. And the leader of this formation, just a few short months ago, told us that the cost of living is not an issue. At that point, they were in government. They knew what was happening. They knew how we got here. Madam Speaker, how we got here did not happen in the last 6 months, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we had a dispensation that at its prime was borrowing in excess of 2 billion Kenya shillings a day.
Honorable KJ, what is your point of order on Bombui?
Madam Speaker, I've listened keenly to the Honourable Member, and he has indicated that those people were in government. Madam Speaker, he has to be very specific. Who is he referring to? Because I have been here, this is my 3rd term, and I've always been in opposition. Madam Speaker, let him confirm and clarify.
Continue, Honorable KJ.
Madam Speaker, allow me not to delve into this because this is a very serious motion, Madam Speaker, and we might not do justice to the people who brought us to this House if we dwelt on pettiness, Madam Speaker. The issues are major. Let us state them, let us find the remedy, and let us start working towards the remedy. Madam Speaker, I was saying that at the height of our excessive borrowing, we were borrowing in excess of 2 billion Kenya shillings a day, Madam Speaker. That is how we found ourselves in a situation where we were borrowing to do recurrent expenditure. That is how we found ourselves borrowing monies that were not good loans, very expensive loans to pay salaries, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at our prime, there were heists and theft happening in government, Madam Speaker. Blatant theft. We are talking about the Kemsa heist, Madam Speaker. We know what happened, Madam Speaker, when we were trying to change the constitution through a modality called BBI, Madam Speaker. At a time when the country was struggling to make ends meet, we were ready to spend 12 billion Kenya shillings to just create positions in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we cannot remedy the situation if we cannot look back and see where the rain started beating us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the shoe changed from one foot to the other, others found it more convenient to go to the streets, Madam Speaker, visiting untold destruction upon this city, Madam Speaker. The individuals who would visit the low-income areas of this city, Madam Speaker, cause chaos, cause death, cause anarchy, theft, and pilferage, Madam Speaker, and end up in the evening high-fiving each other in some air-conditioned clubs in this city, Madam Speaker. After they've left those people they purport to be speaking on behalf of in the agony that they put themselves in, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that this government has been in power for 6 months. In those 6 months, the changes are amazing, Madam Speaker. And I understand the frustration and why one would be keen to distract this government, because they realize what is happening, Madam Speaker. That if the plans that are underway are able to be established and implemented, Madam Speaker, we will have a new country. Mine is to call us as a house to see the problem that is on the ground, start identifying solutions, and Madam Speaker, in the spirit of bipartisanism, we might find some solutions that can emanate from this house, Madam Speaker, and start alleviating the cost of living and start giving solutions to the problems that we're talking about. But that will call for objection.
Thank you, Honorable KJ. Honorable John Badi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity, and also to thank the minority leader for bringing this timely motion. Madam Speaker, I want to speak as a professional and as a finance expert. Where we are today did not happen yesterday. It is true, and no one can deny, that the unchecked borrowing starting from 2013 to date has brought us to partly to where we are. That cannot be denied. And I will tell you for a fact, we have spoken every financial year in this house. I have personally contributed in every budget speech condemning unchecked borrowing. Now we are here, we should have known that when the shilling depreciates, then the debt will rise automatically. If you are paying 900 billion per year, you will pay 1.2 trillion today because the shilling is exchanging at 130 and not at 100 shillings a few months ago. Madam Speaker, I want to also say that having said that, I also talked here when Kenya Kwanza took over leadership. And I said that this is not the time to politic. This is not the time to remind us of what happened in the other election. And I said that this is not the time to talk about who owns what shares. What value is it to you to own shares in a crippling company, which is Kenya? It is collapsing. So what if you own shares? The Deputy President, I want to ask you. If you own shares alone and Badi doesn't have shares and it is collapsing, so what? Let us avoid escapism. Let us realize that now that you are in office. Whether you came into that office through the window or the back door, you are there. You must deliver to the people of Kenya. There is no excuse. Madam Speaker, why do you keep reminding us of what happened yesterday when today President Uhuru Kenyatta left 44 PSs in office and you came in with a struggling economy and you increased the number to 51? What austerity measures? You came in to office when Uhuru Kenyatta had this CASS, which is even illegal in my view, unconstitutional. There were 23. And then today there are 50, and you are telling us that we are on the right track, that we are waiting for tomorrow. Which right track is this? The truth of the matter is that there is no extravagance in this government.
Order, Leader of Majority, what is your point of order?
Again, on Standing Order 91, Honorable Speaker, statements of fact. The Honorable John Badi has just asserted that the CES position is unconstitutional. And I know he could be alluding to the case that was in court, and he knows the judgment to that law, to that particular case, Honorable Speaker, and the issues that were canvassed in court and settled in court. And therefore, unless the Honorable John Badi can adduce evidence that such a position as CAS is unconstitutional. In fact, even those who went to court had an issue with the process and the appointment of the current CASs, as much as he has appointed the numbers, and that I am not arguing with him, but he cannot contend that that position is unconstitutional, because even the issue in court then was on the process. And the process in the appointment of these current CASs has been followed. And he also knows that matter is still in court, Honorable Speaker.
I only want to respond by telling William Samoei Ruto, please don't listen to Chungwa, listen to John Mbadi. If you want to deliver to this country, listen to me, don't listen to this your majority leader. Because, Madam Speaker, what I'm speaking is what will help this country, not these side shows. Madam Speaker, this is the time when we are talking of austerity measures, and you have a government that is buying vehicles, and there are vehicles that are enough for the public officers. This is a time we are talking about austerity measures, and there is a resumption of construction of dams through loans, which dams are just conduits for corruption. Madam Speaker, if we have to be careful and serious with our economy, let us face each other in the eye and tell each other that all Kenyans have contributed to this. And that is why we elect governments every 5 years, so that if there is mess, another government.
Your time is up. Chair, Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, I'd like to thank the Honorable Pio Ndai for this very timely debate this afternoon, this evening. Madam Speaker, is the cost of living high? The answer is yes. Are we living through difficult times as a country? The answer is yes. But does the Kenya Kwanza administration have an agenda, have a solution? Let me demonstrate to you why my answer is yes. One of the ways to bring down the cost of items is through subsidies. There are two types of subsidies. You either subsidize production or subsidize consumption. For you to subsidize consumption, theories, economic theories says particular parameters that has to be met. You must know who the producers are. You must have a clear system of how that production is going, and that does not exist, especially in our product for unga. And let me give an example. If you want to subsidize unga, do you pay the millers? Assuming if you pay the millers, how do you ascertain the amount of maize flour or unga in the mills, considering that these are private entities? Even if you would ascertain how many tons of maize flour exist in the millers, but with the millers, so that you pay them the subsidy to reduce the cost of that maize flour, there is a whole unga that is in transit at any particular time. There is a unga that is in distributor shops, in retailer shops, in wholesaler shops. And that is why, no matter how much you try to subsidize production, where there is no clear line and where government has no control, you will fail. And that is why that failed. That is why we went to subsidizing consumption, no, subsidizing production. Who are producers or unga? Maize farmers. We know them. We register them. Now we have given fertilizer at 3,000 shillings, 3,500 shillings, so that we can bring down the cost of the production. My farmers in Molo do not want to sell their maize anything less, because they planted their maize when the cost of fertilizer was 6,000 shillings. And that is a fact. So debate all you want. Our farmers in Rift Valley are not going to agree to sell their maize at any lower price because they planted when the cost of fertilizer was 6,000 shillings. That is a fact. Until we harvest this maize, we have to deal with that small challenge. But once we harvest this maize, we deal with the problem of the price of unga. Why was the cost of living again, the cost of goods expensive? It is because we are a net importer. So most of the items we consume, we import from other countries. So when the exchange rate of the US dollars against Kenya shillings deteriorated, consequently it affected our cost of imports. That is a problem. But do you have a solution? The answer is yes. We looked at what is the biggest cost, where are we spending our dollars the most?
And where we are spending most of our dollars is importation of oil products. Now we have an agreement with our largest supplier of oil imports in this country to be paying in Kenya shillings. And not just that, to stagger the payment within 6 months. And therefore, consequently, you will find that you will be able to bring down the cost of fuel down, and the cost of, and subsequently, but you must have noticed that we have also been able to stabilize the Kenya shilling from around 135 shillings to around 120 shillings. It's going to go down to 115 shillings. When that happens, our cost of import will be less, and we'll be able to buy our products at less prices. You are telling us about taxes. The last finance bill is the one that was passed by this House, and it was passed by members of Parliament from across the political divide in the 12th Parliament. I have not brought any finance bill, and when I will do, you will see that we are reducing a lot of taxes, because you have realized that increase in taxes does not always lead to increase in how much we collect in terms of taxes. Honorable members, we have a plan. Relax. You failed. Let us fix this economy. And that I support. Thank you, my chairman.
Thank you. Kindly members, keep track of your time. It's strictly 5 minutes. There will be no additional minutes. Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And allow me, Honorable Speaker, to also congratulate the Leader of Minority for bringing this motion, and indeed encourage him and his colleagues in the minority that this is indeed the way to do it. When you have matters, as I said, that are of concern to the people and even to yourselves, bring them to this assembly where we debate and we get solutions. If you have better ideas than us, if you have better ideas than this government, bring on your ideas without blackmail, and we shall carry on with the good ideas. Honorable Speaker, I've listened to the Honorable John Buddy asking very pertinent questions, and indeed contending that we did not just arrive here. There was a process as to how we got here. But Honorable Speaker, our memories are too short. Only 6 months ago, Honorable Speaker, John Buddy, as Leader of Minority, seated where Honorable Pio and I was sitting, was midwifing. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from this member with some funny hair. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, sitting where the Honorable Pio and I were sitting, Honorable Speaker, the Leader of Minority then was in the forefront of supporting the handshake regime in the tax laws that the Honorable Chair of Finance has alluded to. Honorable Speaker, in facilitating the state capture that got us to where we are. Those are facts. Honorable Speaker, we are being told, and I have the Leader of Minority saying that we are scapegoating. Honorable Pio and I, we are not scapegoating. We are simply stating facts and the painful truth as it is. You got us into this mess. Give us the time and space to fix your mess, and we have the plan on how to fix that mess. I need not repeat some of the points that have been alluded to by the Chair of Finance. Honorable Speaker, how do we get solutions, Honorable Speaker, to the problem that we are in? It is true that we are in a problem. We are in an economic hole, Honorable Speaker, that is worse than the economic hole that the Nyayo regime left us in 2002-2003. This has been worse. The state capture that was visited on this economy in the last 4 years, Honorable Speaker, is unmatched in the history not of this country, but of any civilized democracy in Africa and indeed in the world. Honorable Speaker, we will get solutions by engaging with each other, Honorable Speaker, by speaking to each other in the right forums, not in the streets, not disrupting our economy in the streets, but by doing and taking up our leadership role as the Honorable Leader of Minority has done today. And I must congratulate the Honorable Pio and I for taking leadership to bring the issue of the cost of living out of the streets into the house where we can resolve these issues. And I want to encourage you, my brother, go beyond this motion. If you have better ideas on taxation, bring them on when the tax bill comes. We will support you as we urge you to support our tax reduction measures that will revive the stalled economy, Honorable Speaker, that had stalled. Honorable Speaker, it is also true that indeed we have been borrowing to...
Order, Leader of Majority, Honorable Pio Andai, what is your point of order?
Madam Speaker, it's not my wish to interrupt my friend Honorable Ichungwa, but is it really in order for the Honorable Ichungwa to demonize street action, whilst he knows clearly that it is through street action that we got the freedoms and rights that we enjoy currently, including talking endlessly?
Order, members. Order, members. We are now in the August house. What happens outside there is not the business of this house. Please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to tell my brother, I am not demonizing street action. I am demonizing violence. I am demonizing anarchy. I am demonizing looting of morgues. I am demonizing looting of supermarkets. And I want to encourage you that as much as we are saying, yes, we are in a problem, Honorable Speaker, we shall not fix this problem by pretending that we can borrow to pay salaries and cater for our current expenditure. By pretending that we can borrow from Peter to pay Paul, we must live within our means, Honorable Speaker, and allow this government to act in a prudent and responsible manner in managing the economy. I heard the Honorable Mbadi asking about principal shareholding, Honorable Speaker, and I want to tell the Honorable Mbadi, Honorable Speaker, what we are saying that if you are a major shareholder, you steady the ship to make sure that that ship does not sink. My brother, our brothers, help us to steady the ship. Don't sink this ship with violence, with anarchy, with disrupting the economy. If we are to regain on the revenue losses, we can only do that when the ship is steady, when the economy is moving, not when every Monday, every Sunday, every Thursday, we are disrupting the same economy. And I want to encourage you, my brother, Honorable Pio and I, please, when the time comes at the right time, bring better ideas. We are willing and ready to listen to you, but we are not ready to be blackmailed, to take over the failed policies of subsidizing corruption-ridden consumption subsidies that fed the monster of corruption in this country. That we are not ready to. We shall not feed the monster.
Thank you, Leader of Majority. Member for Mombasa, Honorable Zamzam Chimba.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na ningependa kumwelezea Majority Leader, tuliza boli. Wakenya kule nje wanahangaika, hali ya uchumi iko mbaya. Na mimi napenda kumpongeza kiongozi wa wachache Bwana Wandai kwa kuleta mjadala huu. Ni dhahiri shairi kuwa Wakenya wanahangaika, na hata kama leo mnasema kuwa yale maandamano yalifanya uchumi kawa mbaya, hiyo ni message kwenu kuwa Wakenya wamechoka. Hiyo ni message. Ikiwa hao ndo walipa ushuru na mpaka leo wafanyikazi wanakosa mshahara, wabunge tunakaa mwezi bila kulipwa mshahara, ni dhahiri shairi kuwa wale wengi wanaongea kutoka kwa mifuko yao. Kwa hiyo mimi napenda kusema hivi, hali ya uchumi imekuwa mbaya, na Bwana Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna wakati ambapo mjadala wa dharura uletwa kwenye chumba na ikajadiliwa. Yale mambo ya kusema kuwa tupeleke huku na huku itakuwa si sawa. Wakenya wanahangaika, na mimi napenda kuelezea kuwa kuenda katika maandamano ama kuzungumza katika bunge, yote mawili yamekubalika katika katiba. Na wale ambao wanazungumza wakisema kuwa Azimio sijui walienda maandamano watu wakafa, walioua hawa watu ni polisi ambao wako kwenye serikali. Na serikali nyingi hata South Africa. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba ulinzi, manake nimewapa nafasi nyinyi mkazungumza yenu. South Africa wameenda maandamano, hakukuwa na umwagikaji wa damu. Kwa nini iwe
Member for Mombasa, order. Honorable Pukose, what is your point of order?
Mheshimiwa Spika, nasimama kwa hoja nambari 91 ya nidhamu kwamba Mheshimiwa Samsam lazima apeane ile tunasema ukweli ya mambo, kwa sababu anapoongea kitu cha kwanza amesema kwamba wajumbe hawajakula mshahara kwa zaidi ya mwezi moja, na mimi najua wiki iliyopita Alhamisi nililipwa kama mjumbe. Sijui yeye hakulipwa ama alilipwa. La pili amesema kwamba wale watu waliokufa katika maandamano waliwawa na polisi. Ningependa yeye athibitishe hilo, Madam Speaker. Asante.
Asante Mheshimiwa Zamzam.
Nataka niendelee.
Tufuate kanuni zetu. Kama uko na jambo la kusema unadhibitisha kama hilo ambalo umeweza kutoa.
Nafuata kanuni. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Order. Honorable Catherine Omanyo, you will not shout across the aisle. Let us debate in decorum. Honorable Zamzam, please continue.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi, kama yeye pengine hata wafanyikazi wa ofisi mimi wangu toka February bado hawajalipwa mpaka sasa. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi,
Leader of majority, what is your point of order?
I think, Honorable Speaker, we are a house of rules, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Zamzam, take your seat.
We are a house of rules, Honorable Speaker. And when a member rises on a point of order, Honorable Speaker, and the Honorable Pukose rose on standing order number 91 and asked the member to substantiate, and she has not substantiated. And Honorable Speaker, I am not raising this just about the Honorable Zamzam. It has become a habit that you say something careless and you do not substantiate, and neither do you withdraw. And I think it's only procedural that if the Honorable Zamzam cannot substantiate that all the people, including the policeman from Nyamira County who was killed in Kisumu by a stone thrown from a ceiling, if that police officer was killed by another policeman, then if she cannot...
There will not be a point of order on another point of order. We are a house of debates and rules, and we have standing orders to follow. Honorable Zamzam,
asante sana.
Give Honorable Zamzam a chance to either substantiate those matters or withdraw.
Kwanza mimi nataka wao kwanza waweze kusema, kwa sababu wewe majority leader ulisema katika handshake ndio pesa zilibadhiriwa. Mimi nataka niwaulize, Raila alikuwa anacheza role gani kwenye kuchukua pesa, kwenye kukopa pesa? Mje mtueleze hapa. Na mimi nataka kusema hivi, mshahara wangu mimi juzi tarehe 8 ndio mimi nimeona watu walipo tarehe 8. Mshahara ulichelewa, tuambizane ukweli. Na hata saa hizi wafanyikazi kule mashinani, wafanyikazi wa serikali hawajalipwa. Tuache kuficha uchi. Mficha uchi hazai. Bwana Spika.
Mheshimiwa Zamzam, nimekusikiza kwa makini. Nafikiri ni vizuri useme vilivyo. Kama ulisema mshahara imechelewa, hilo ni sawa, lakini haijachelewa zaidi ya mwezi mmoja. Ni vizuri tuweke mambo vile ilivyo. Tafadhali tufuate kanuni zetu na tutoe mambo ambayo ni ya ukweli na ambayo inaweza kudhibitishwa kwenye bunge.
Asante Speaker. Mshahara ulichelewa na wafanyikazi wa county mpaka sasa pia ni wa serikali na wengi hawajalipwa. Tusiseme sisi wabunge peke yetu, Kenya iko katika hali tata sana. Na mimi ningependa pia kuelezea wenzangu, tuangalie tuchuje maneno kule nje tunayozungumza, ama tutaweka Kenya kwenye moto mkubwa sana. Mambo kutulizwa yatulizwe. Sisi hatukuelezea viongozi wetu waweze kukutana waongee. Waliamua wenyewe, tuwape heshima, wakae chini wazungumze, tuache kurusha maneno ovyo ovyo huko nje. Na leader of majority
Order members, your time is up. Order. We will now hear the MP for Manyata, Honorable Gitonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would really kindly request Honorable Speaker to call the House to order.
Order, leader of majority. Order members. Order Honorable Kagombe, resume your seat. Honorable Kamene, Honorable Zamzam, Honorable Atandi, let us maintain decorum. Leader of majority, please do not bother those ladies. Just leave them alone. We will now hear the member for Manyata. Let us maintain decorum. Honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I would like to say that we are not doing this motion service because, Honorable Speaker, this is a very serious motion and Kenyans are watching. I would like to say that, Honorable Speaker, yes, it is true that there is a challenge with our economy today. And, Honorable Speaker, I've been going through the mathematics of what KRA is talking about when it comes to collection. And it is obvious, Honorable Speaker, when salaries are paid by government, we have to collect taxes. And, Honorable Speaker, the collection of tax, especially income tax, is something that is done 1 year after the company and individuals have made money. Honorable Speaker, looking at the collection of tax for this first 6 months since the government was in place, KRA has been able to collect 768 billion Kenya shillings in 5 months. That is short of their target of 818 billion, Honorable Speaker. The shortfall is because many companies and many institutions have not been making profit, simply because of many reasons that all of us, and especially our finance chair, has clearly indicated. But, Honorable Speaker, I would like to call upon us as this House. I am very keen to hear ideas, and better ideas for that matter, that can help this country be able to achieve its target in terms of tax collection. And it is true, we have to face the reality that there is a challenge and the cost of living is high. But it is not right for opposition members to come out and try to show like this country is closing down. We have a government that is in place and that has strategy to ensure that we get somewhere. This problem has accumulated for a number of years, and many of the speakers have said that. But I am happy to hear His Excellency the President calling it like it is. Many people would like to be lied to, that things are better. But it is true that we need to tighten our belts. And, Honorable Speaker, I would like the opposition to lead by example. Let them even form what we call shadow cabinet ministers, so that we can have them having good ideas that are better than ours.
Order, members. Member from Thiwa, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I respect the Speaker, but is it in order to refer to this bench, this side, as opposition when we really know for clarity that we have presidential system? You are supposed to oversight the government. So can he be educated on that there's no opposition politics on this? Thank you.
Honorable John Gitonga, the minority side. There can only be the minority side in this house.
Honorable Speaker, and that's why I'm saying we are really not doing this motion a service. Because what is the main difference between minority and opposition? It's the same thing. They oppose everything that we say. And that's why I'm calling them opposition members, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am very keen to actually have everybody on board when it comes to this issue. And I'm happy that we are having bipartisan talks that can, if they are taken serious by the opposition, they can actually bring something that they have themselves contributed and be able to bring some things better. But we need to tell the Kenyans the truth, that as far as the issue of the cost of living, we have to tighten our belts. Let's not continue digging a hole of debt.
Your time is up. The Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Owen Baya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I also want to thank the Honorable Pio Wandai for bringing this motion. But Honorable Wandai should have thought also about that taxes, revenue, when well paid, actually bring down the cost of living. But then we know people in this country who have refused to pay taxes, who always want to look the other way, who have big farms, big properties that they're not using for anything for production, and yet they don't want to pay taxes for those. The people who sponsor the mandamanos that we have. Honorable Speaker, this is when we need to face the real facts. Why is this country in the hole that it is in? It is in the hole that is in because some people have refused to pay taxes.
Honorable
Madam Speaker, we need decorum in this house. What has my motion got to do with
taxes?
People who are evading taxes?
Of course.
And yet, what has my motion to do with people who are demonstrating?
Of course.
Whilst exercising their right under Article 37 of the Constitution.
Thank you. Thank you.
And more importantly, Madam Speaker,
thank you.
Can you compel the Honorable Owen Baya?
I will substantiate.
To name the person who is financing the mandamanos?
I will substantiate.
Here and now.
I will substantiate.
Otherwise, he withdraws and apologizes.
I will.
Thank you.
But if revenue is not paid, salaries will not be there. If revenue is not paid, we will not be able to give farmers production subsidies. If revenue is not there, this country will not meet its targets. It will not pay the heavy debts that the handshake regime brought into this country, the revenue. And I want to say that it is on record, and there is even an act of parliament here that says that certain families be prevented from being recused from paying taxes. It is in this house. And it is those things that have put this country in a hole. And this government, what we are saying is we want to finance this government, the operations of this government, through local revenue. And local revenue will come from the big farms. Local revenue will come from those people who have for many years evaded to pay taxes because they're in power. We are saying this government will fix this economy using local revenue. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we know this country is in debt. If you ask the CS for Finance today, he will tell you that we have the first charge on government is to pay debt. Today, we must pay the debts which were taken to pay Helios. Today, we must pay the debts that were taken to pay for KEMSA. Today, we must get money to ensure that we pay for the things that were taken. We saw the budget here, and we saw that this government lost a lot of money. Where will the government pay for these international debts? It is the first charge on the budget. The first charge of the budget means first we have to pay debts before we start thinking of paying salaries. And that is what economics is about government. So today, if someone here says we have not been paid salary, you should ask those people who took those many loans, those big loans, how are they expecting them to be paid first? Secondly, including subsidies. Subsidies were paid, but the people who were supposed to have been paid never received the money. And those are facts. Today we are paying debts. If you ask the finance minister, he will tell you the first charge on budget is to pay international obligations. So when international obligations are paid, you make noise. Why do you make noise? And Opio and the Honorable Opio and I, the Honorable Leader of Minority, was here defending the handshake regime. Today you come here and say, you know, cost of living, Madam Speaker, will continue to skyrocket. I want to hear his point of order.
Actually, the point of order was raised by Honorable Mbowe. Honorable Robert Mbowe.
Mbowe, he's my equal. He's my equal. You wait.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Sit down.
Madam Speaker, I've listened very keenly to the Deputy Leader of the majority, and he keeps referring to the handshake regime. Madam Speaker, the last regime, as far as all of us know, and the records are there, was a Jubilee regime, led by Uhuru Kenyatta, deputized by William Samoei Ruto. Which is this handshake regime that ran this country? There was a cabinet. Raila was not part of it.
I will substantiate.
Why do you keep saying, why do you keep putting us part of it?
I will substantiate.
Order, members. You cannot have two members on their feet. When you have a point of order,
thank you.
You sit.
But my mic is still on.
Yes.
Can I substantiate?
Honorable
Speaker, the chairperson of the Finance and Planning Committee in this Parliament, the person who brought the finance bill in this Parliament, was none other than the Honorable Governor Gladys Wanga. She belonged to the ODM. All the money collected was brought in by one person who was a member who was in the ODM. That is the handshake. Finance Committee, led now by the Honorable Kuria here, will show you how to do things. And that is how we are going to bring the cost of living in this country down. So I want to say this. When I see Rosa Buyu here, she makes me want to speak more. So I want to say this. Honorable Speaker, hard decisions must be taken. Hard decisions must be taken. And these hard decisions...
What is your point of order, Honorable Opio and I?
Opio and I, please add me 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker,
2 minutes.
I really plead with you to ensure that this House maintains decorum. Madam Speaker, even though I may understand the obsession that my good friend Owen Bayer has with the so-called past regime, we must not misrepresent facts. He has just been on record that I was here in the last Parliament defending the so-called handshake regime. Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. Madam Speaker, in the last Parliament, which I served, Madam Speaker, you know I've got a stellar record in this House. I was the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee. Do not be tempted to debate, Honorable. For 5 years, Madam Speaker. This is important, Madam Speaker. I was chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, oversighting the accounts of the executive.
Order, members. Please don't use point of orders to debate. That is one. Please take your seats. Both of you, take your seats. Honorable Rosa Buyu, you have just walked in. We are not shouting. We are maintaining decorum in this House. Honorable Owen Bayer, you have a few seconds remaining. Standing Order 33 does not allow any extra minutes. It is 5 minutes for every member, and there is no point of order on a point of order. Please, Honorable Owen Bayer.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I would like to state this. Without subsidies, the cost of unga is now coming down. Without subsidies, the dollar is coming down. Without subsidies, the cost of living is coming down gradually. We shall get there, Madam Speaker. This government led by William Ruto will get things down.
What is your point of order, Honorable Pukose?
Please add me 1 second.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Opio Andai has just claimed that he had a stellar record in this House. This House records will show that
Honorable Pukose, you are out of order. Honorable Opio Andai has already taken his seat. Honorable Owen Bayer is on his feet.
Madam Speaker, without much ado, this government has secured fuel fuel purchase agreement that will use the Kenya shillings, not the dollar. We are de-dollarizing this economy. This government has a plan that will change things. And Kenyans need to have hope, and we want to give them hope that the government of William Samoei Ruto will bring the cost of living down within.
Other members, Member Honorable CNN Ngusia.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've been waiting for long. Thank you very much. Let me begin by saying, success of this government is success for all of us Kenyans. That is true. I am happy the government has acknowledged that every Kenyan across the divide is suffering because of high cost of living. Madam Speaker, I'm not here to apportion blame to anybody. We need to find solutions, and I am here to give the following solutions. Because the leader of majority has encouraged us to give the government on measures we can do to fix this country socially, economically, and politically. Number one, the government itself, it's eating itself by roadside declarations. Every time the CS opens a mouth, or rather the Deputy President opens a mouth, he will always say this, that we cannot actually do, and that is eroding investors' confidence in this country. Number two, stop bloated executive. Bloated executive. 50 CSs will not sort out this problem. We need less than actually 20 of them, because they are constitutionally not empowered to do anything, or rather to add anything economically. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry. Stop unnecessary travel expenditures we have been witnessing of late. And we are claiming we don't have money to pay salaries. The other issue, introduce tax incentives to our investors coming to this country. Madam Speaker, we should never, and we should not even tolerate one day to delay even salaries for civil servants one day, because these civil servants have got mortgages, they have got loans to pay. If we are doing so, we are going to erode what we call institutions' confidence to give our civil servants loans and this kind of mortgages, Madam Speaker. So we are here, the government, actually the last thing should do is to tell us, brace yourself for tough measures, for tough times. Give us solution on how we are going to pay salaries timely, Madam Speaker. With those few remarks, I want to say, let us fix our economy, but while giving the Kenya Kwanza time to do this, we also need to come and reason together. And one of the things which have really actually caused mess in this country is these demonstrations. We need to agree on the ideas we have given. One, open server. We fix the country politically. Number two, open the server. We know the political truth about it. Yes. Number two, let us stop just that being. Listen to all the leaders, because you cannot ignore 6.9 million voters compared to 7.1. And by doing so, we want success for this government, and success, and I'm praying Kenya Kwanza to succeed in matters of handling the economic affairs of this country. And with those few remarks, if we go through this way, we are going to fix Kenya socially, economically, and politically. Thank you.
Member for Kericho, Honorable Beatrice Kemei. If you're not willing to speak to this, we'll give the member for Sotik, Honorable Francis Sigei.
She is ready to speak.
I'm ready, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate first the debate that we have today concerning the economy of this country. And to start with, Madam Speaker, I want to tell the members that this economy, it is the responsibility of all of us to make sure that the economy improves. And for this to happen, Madam Speaker, I would request that those who have not paid their taxes should be in a position to pay, because that is the only way we can have revenue, and that is the only way salaries can be paid. Madam Speaker, this is not actually the first time salaries have delayed, and those who are saying it has delayed for a month, it is not true, Madam Speaker. And our people understand. It is us who should be able to explain to them, because we need the economy to improve. Paying actually our debts is the responsibility of the government, and I wonder why the minority team is making noise, yet when we talked of the last regime, during that time, Madam Speaker, the handshake is what actually caused the cost of living to go up. And today, I must confess that the economy will definitely improve when all of us come together, pay our taxes, and then, Madam Speaker, I would also say that when we talk about the unga issue, people have gone to the farms, they have planted, and I believe come the next few months, we will have enough food in the store for ourselves, and even surplus to sell, Madam Speaker. And I know that is when our economy will actually improve. So I want to support that motion by telling my dear brother, the leader of minority, that things will improve. Just be silent, just watch, and just support, and know that this government need all of us. They need our support. And what I can also say is that there are so many other ways we can help our people. Madam Speaker, back home, there are people who have not planned it. I wonder how many of us can go outside, can go an extra mile and help our people, support them. We have so many who are not in a position even to buy the seeds or the maize seeds. We even have those who cannot afford to buy the subsidized fertilizers. And members of this house, I request that we support our people back in the village, and once we support them, I know they will have something on the table, and next time we will be able to have our things improve. So once more, Madam Speaker, I say that the economy, given time, it will definitely improve. And I would also pray that as we discuss all this, let's not take it personal. At the same time, I would want to ask our members to ask themselves, what is our plan for the next few months? What is the plan of all of us? Because if we actually discuss and then we're not giving a way forward, then we are missing the link. But paying international debts is very, very important. We wouldn't want to dig more holes. We cannot borrow to pay salaries, we cannot borrow to pay debts. It is better to pay the debts that are international. And within no time, I know things will improve. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you. I had already called Honorable Francis Igay to make your...
Madam Speaker, I think, first of all, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important motion. And I would like to thank my friend Opio and I for bringing this motion. Madam Speaker, this motion is actually giving us an opportunity, which the President told us today, that we must bring issues which can assist this country to bring the cost of living down. And Mr. Opio and I, thank you very much. I would like you to go further and tell us how you would like this government to bring the cost of living down, because we want suggestions so that we can move forward. Number two,
Madam Speaker, I would like to ask for candid discussion on issues affecting this country. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Opio Wandai, what's your point of order?
Madam Speaker, I was keenly listening to my good friend, Honorable Sigei. No, he's a former PC, a very respectable personality in our country. He asked me to give suggestions on how we can go about improving the situation. You know, I'm very glad and willing, Madam Speaker, if you give me just 2 minutes to explain.
Honorable Wandai, you know that is not possible. You have already prosecuted the moving of this motion. Please give Honorable Sigei the chance to finish.
I want to be saved from my friend here because he's trying to harass me. Madam Speaker, I think what we should ask ourselves is what are we doing as members of parliament? The other day, Madam Speaker, we saw the president in Suway driving a tractor and going to produce maize. So what are we doing as members of parliament? The other day, last week, I was in Sotik, and I was asking my people to plant maize so that those who are demonstrating can be able to be sold the maize we are doing in Sotik. And they have done very well. In fact, the problem I had in Sotik was about fertilizers. We really short of fertilizers. I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that from Sotik you will get maize at a very low price. And therefore, we will now bring the cost of living down. Madam Speaker, we have been told that the president and this government is actually bringing in measures to look at the taxation regime so that people can be assisted. There are necessary taxes in this country, and I'm very sure we are going to see many things. I think it is patience we require from our friends from the opposition. And we must work together. And Madam Speaker, I would like to urge ourselves as members of parliament to stop shouting at each other. I think we must stop. We must now discuss with sanity and stop shouting at somebody who is trying to bring in some constructive issues. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to stand here and support the president. The president and this government has a plan. And the only thing to do is support constructively. If you have issues, let us bring it to parliament. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that I'm a very proud man today, that we stopped the demonstration with the other people from the other side, and now we are discussing issues. And I would like us to now come to parliament and bring even these other issues which we have discussed and which you brought, and we now have people, committee members, who are going to discuss issues. Madam Speaker, this country belongs to all of us. And I would like to see some serious discussion here on how we can make this country grow. Madam Speaker, I support this motion, and I would like everybody to support this motion so that we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my minority leader for bringing this motion to the floor of the House. And Honorable Speaker, if the majority leader would have been here, I would have first of all reminded him that the majority leader, that the difference between the current regime and current government is the spelling. Yes. So it is not right when he tells us that those are two different things. Honorable Speaker, I just want to paint the picture because we are treating this matter in a very casual approach, and yet our country is going through a very dire situation. Our current, if you look at the debt service expense for the previous financial year, it stood at 6.8 billion. Right now, we are looking at the month of February 2023, and it's already at 10.4 billion. That's number one. Number two, KRA, Honorable Speaker, protect me from the people who are speaking from across the aisle. KRA has missed its target for the last 6 months. Honorable Speaker, the government wage bill
which stands at 335.3 billion. 210 billion of this is only what has been paid. And Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that right now we are in a space where...
Order. What's your point of order, Honorable Owen?
Honorable Speaker, it's very nice to use statistics, but it's also important for you to disclose source of statistics, so that as you discuss your statistics, they are either factual or they are created. I would like the statistics to be pegged on a source, so that is it the Kenya Bureau of Statistics report? Is it, what report? Where are these statistics from?
We've had the Honorable Owen. Honorable,
thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable,
as you debate, you also adhere to Standing Order 91. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would just like to tell the Honorable Member that these are statistics that are available at just a touch of Google. And as a professional accountant, I cannot stand in front of people and speak of things that I'm not sure of. Honorable Speaker, what I'm trying to say here is that we are treating this matter so casually, and yet at the moment we are operating like we are feeding from hand to mouth, which is a very dangerous situation. Honorable Speaker, this is a government that came into place and promised that they will consider the hustlers. They even went ahead and had a hustler fund in place. Honorable Speaker, some of the amounts that people get from these hustler funds, and I've heard it from even my people from Nyamira, is that they cannot even put that money into a multi-bet and make money out of it. The situation is dire. We are having Kenyans who cannot even afford a meal a day. And I just want to say this, Honorable Speaker, and for me it's a professional advice to this government, because you cannot keep on talking about that you inherited a government that had dire coffers. Mwai Kibaki, when he came into this government, he inherited a worse government. But that is one president who, by the time he was leaving, in this country we had unsecured loans that allowed Kenyans to be able to invest further. Honorable Speaker, I want to tell you that right now, Honorable Speaker, right now, there is something called an infrastructure bond. 2 years ago, Kenyans would run to banks to take this up and invest in infrastructure bonds. But right now, Central Bank is even increasing this to 14.3% because people are not taking this up. And that tells you that we have very dire issues. And so my advice to this government, and I just want to say, and I can see the chairman of finance is here, and I'd like for him to listen to me, is that you need to do a SWOT analysis into 5 main issues. Number 1, what are the causes of the economic deterioration in this country? Number 2, what is the impact on citizens that you're having to this country? Number 3, review policy responses that you have in this case. And can you, in fact, go into the debt restructuring and look at anti-corruption issues? Number 4, oversight as Parliament, Finance Department, you need to look at the audit trails in this government. You need to look at the wasteful nature of how people are spending money. And finally, Honorable Speaker, I just want to encourage this government to engage in public participation. Otherwise, from where I sit, I want to start praying for the hustlers every day.
Thank you. Your time is up. Honorable David Gekaria.
Asante sana, Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me start by saying we appreciate the former leader of minority, Honorable John Bandi. And Honorable John Bandi was he was more professional, and he spoke as a professional. And he accepted facts as they are. Does the current president accept there is a problem in the country? Yes, he's saying there is a problem. And this problem, I have a roadmap on how I'm going to settle it. Honorable Speaker, a few of our leaders, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, gave us a talk sometimes, and he's saying, we found this country in a hole. And they are trying to get us from that hole. but other people are trying to tell us we go back there and dig deeper. The president himself, in his own words, says we were walking towards a cliff. And now we were working on ways to be able, and these ways have already been explained in a very precise and accurate manner by none other than the chair of finance, on the procedure and the process that the president and his government have put in place. It is true that most of these things which are being said are there, and it is a fact, yes, they are there. But I think for a country that we need to bring together is for us to agree on the best way forward. Because when the cost of living is high, it is not only high for the supporters of the minority people, it also affects the supporters on the other side. So it is our responsibility as a country, as leaders, to be able to bring these things together. Honorable Pio and I, we appreciate what you've brought today, this evening, for us to be able to sit and deliberate. And I totally agree with you, the minority leader, that yes, there are problems, but as even yourself as a person, if you have a business, and that business is a going concern, as you're saying, then you can only be able to pay your workers out of the profits that you get from your going concern business. But now how then do you want to tell us that this is a going concerned company, but you are making losses and you have to go and borrow money to come and meet the recurrent expenditure? It's not possible. So I don't want to labor on the procedure and the way we are supposed, because, Honorable Speaker, the process that was being taken by a few, the minority side or the leader or the other side, it is a way that was taking us back to very dangerous direction. And we kept quiet because we are in government and we have to show leadership. But at the same time, that did not mean that we could also not be able to counter whatever they were doing. But again, as leaders and as people who have been given that responsibility, we have listened to our leaders. And the KK has put it very clearly. They want us to continue subsidizing consumption. And it is not sustainable. It is not possible. And we cannot continue that. And the president has made it very clear that he has to go with, as per the law and the constitutionality of this country, to be able either to borrow or to be able to do whatever he's supposed to do as a president for him to be able to clear the. So, Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate that, yes, opposition and the majority leaders indicated to the minority leader, whatever proposal you have positive that can be able to bring some positive changes into the lives of Kenyans, you are welcome to bring it through the finance bill that will be coming soon. And the finance chair has equally admitted that whatever good is there from the other side, he is going to bring it on board and be able to prosecute for the benefit. And I totally agree with the finance chair. We cannot continue increasing taxes, purporting that we are going to, the revenue is going to increase. It is the vice versa. And I like the chair of finance, who is a CPA holder, that he has fact.
Honorable Wikaria, your time is up. Honorable Martin Owino, aka Ward Chief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my minority leader for bringing this. Honorable Baya, this is a very important motion, and as we speak, Madam Speaker, it's true. Some of Kenyans are going to sleep on empty stomach. Some of students will go to school tomorrow without anything in their stomach. So this is a very important motion to debate on. Number one, I think when you have a problem, talk less, do more. That is very important. And listen also. Like now we are offering some solutions. We had Kazi Mtaani. This used to take money to the youth in the rural areas. reinstate that program. Number two, actually this is better than hiring people who do not need employment, like 50 years, they don't need it. Take that money to mashinani. Number two, it is in the Constitution that we give county governments. We give county government 15%. Why don't we give them immediately we collect our taxes? Because that is where now the hunger really bites the people. Some have not even received their money since October. And this is the money that goes down up to the kiosks, through salaries, through contracts. If we do that, we will save the people. Let's not wait until we think we have the money. No, the Constitution is very clear, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. If you collect 15%, should go straight to the county government. Number three, we have an expensive education system, which we are changing every day and perfecting none. The introduction of junior. Some parents have kids in high school. Now you add on to them another uniform, another this and that. They can't. Some kids are being sent home, and you have had some committing suicide, some accidents. These are uncalled for, putting more pressure on parents for no good reason. There is also the issue of food security. Madam Speaker, this is unspeakable. Why should we have gross appetite for importation? Now we have rain coming in large numbers, but we are collecting none. We have had a situation that we can't depend on the weather. You have to irrigate our food and become food sufficient. What are we doing there? I understand, Honorable Baya, we do not need Zambian food. Let us grow food here and feed our people. A government, we cannot feed the people, is not a government too. Now, lack of priority setting. You know, if you don't have much, actually let me say it in another way. Collecting taxes is one way, but using those taxes that you have collected, Chair of Finance, you are leaving, you should collect taxes, yes, get whatever you can get, but have a priority spending so that you can get your priority right. Right now, we are spending on employment, we are spending on cars. In fact, I admire the President of Zambia, who could not sign. I'm not moving there. I'm a Kenyan. He did not sign any voucher for more cars because he had cars. Why don't we tame our spending because we don't have much taxation? I mean, we don't have much revenue coming in. So expenditure discipline is very important. Lastly, you cannot solve a problem if you don't understand it. Please take time to understand what Kenyans are going through. Talk less, but I want to say this. Say what you mean and mean what you say. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kiamba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to such an important motion that is affecting the whole Republic and the people of Kenya, so that we can be able to substantiate facts and lies as well. Madam Speaker, I think this motion, and I really want to congratulate the Rebel minority for bringing the attention of the government and also the side of the minority, so that we can discuss and debate on measures that we are going to take and what has brought us here as a country. Because it's also very important to take restock and also consider where we are coming from. Some of the issues that today have affected our country in such a big way is the issue of, the handshake brothers. Because the then opposition was not able to oversight the government the way it was supposed to have done, Madam Speaker. They were not doing their role as they are doing right now. And I think that's why we all agree that it is important for us to leave maandamano and streets and come to the floor of the House and prosecute and oversight the government so that they can make sure that the government is doing what it's supposed to be doing currently, Madam Speaker. The issue of debt, and I thank His Excellency the President because he spoke very well today. And he said, we cannot continue borrowing and digging holes and making sure that we're not moving our country forward. And he said one of the measures that we are going to take is that we are not going to borrow only current expenditure. And that's what has been happening in this case, Madam Speaker. He stated because we're in the executive and we are owning up. If there are issues, the high cost of living, we are owning up, Madam Speaker. And he said the deficit that was there in 2022-2023 budget was about 800 billion. But 250 billion was also realized that was not accounted for and it was not declared in the budget, Madam Speaker. And therefore, he has really done what he is supposed to be doing and making sure that he's not going to borrow. And we have reduced the amount of money that we are supposed to have borrowed 2022-2023 to a tune of about 300 billion, Madam Speaker. These people can only wait. And because they realized that the trajectory that the Kenya Kwanza government is taking is to take this country to the next level, is to move from the shadows of our debts and also make sure that we are self-sustaining as a country, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we can only ask the minority side to support the government, to leave the streets, to go back and start building this country in terms of making sure that we respect the businesses of other Kenyans who are trying as much as they can to rebuild our country, Madam Speaker, after serious and vigorous campaign that we had in 2022, Madam Speaker. The cost of living, we cannot run away from it. But for sure, we have seen what the government has been able to do to actually bring the cost of unga that when we took over the government as Kenya Kwanza was about 250. And today, if you go to our stores, Madam Speaker, you will realize that the cost of unga has dropped to about 180, Madam Speaker. And therefore, that's what we call progress. And it's only 6 months, Madam Speaker. The salaries have been delayed. For sure, it is true, it has never happened. But the President said, it is better for us to live within our means. If there are going to be issues to do with planting and making sure that we subsidize the production in terms of maize production, Madam Speaker. And we have seen the President is setting an example. It is the rainy season. We need to go back again to our farms, plant maize, plant food, plant local food, so that we can be able to feed ourselves and feed our neighbors and feed our country, Madam Speaker. Therefore, the work of the opposition is to oversight the government. And we really appreciate what the minority side is doing currently, Madam Speaker. The issue of subsidies, it's something that we have stopped. The issue of dollar rate going up and also making sure that the kind of imports that we have been importing, Madam Speaker, we have been able to deal with in terms of the exchange rates that we have been receiving from the banks. And the President has assured us today that in the next maybe 2 or so months that the dollar is going to come down to about 115 shillings. That's what we call the plan. And it is high time the opposition to sit down. Give us time. If in the next 1 year or 2 years, this country will be a different country, Madam Speaker. And therefore, the issue of rate payments, the issue of pending bills, I think that's what the government and the President is dealing with. And we can only tell the Kenyan.
Thank you. Your time is up. The member for Chepalungu, Honorable Victor Koech.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this particular opportunity. And I want to start by congratulating Honorable Opio Endan for bringing this particular motion to the floor of the House. I am happy because now the Honorable Member is realizing that the only place that we can discuss meaningful issues affecting the country is only through the Assembly. And Madam Speaker, if I can take the House back to 2002, one of the greatest presidents that we have ever had, the late Mwai Kibaki, in his inaugural speech, talked about recovery of the economy. And it took him almost 3 years to stabilize the country's economy. The economy, at the end of his term, the economy had recovered to a record of 7.1. and our school-going children were going to school for free. That is the primary section. Our current president, William Samoei Ruto, in his inaugural speech 2022, talked of the measures he's taking to recover the economy. And one president said, if you want to set the country free, speak the truth. What the president is speaking about is merely the truth, because in his agenda, he wants to recover the economy of the country. In his agenda, he wants to bring back the decency that the country had before the handshake regime. And to that effect, Madam Speaker, the President said in his speech that the country is now going to shift from the subsidy policy of subsidizing consumption and now going into the policy of subsidizing the production. By so doing, in the next 18 months, in his projection, the country will have recovered fully. We are in support of the same, though we are in agreement, by so speaking the truth, that what the country is going through as at the moment economically is not so good. Madam Speaker, I want to end there and to save some minutes for the other members of Parliament. Thank you.
Member for Baringo North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I want to thank my good friend Opio Andai for coming up with this particular discussion. Madam Speaker, if truly we want to be Kenyans, then we should need to discuss this matter as members of Parliament who belong to the people of Kenya and who do not belong to political factions. Because when the economy of this country has a problem, then it is all Kenyans, regardless of all walks of life, will suffer. Hunger, living without food, insecurity, lack of infrastructure, lack of medicine does not favor Kenya Kwanza or Azimio coalition or any other coalition. It affects the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, this regime is just 6 months. Madam Speaker, William Ruto has never become the president of Kenya before. This is an opportunity that he has to show his plan for the people of Kenya, which is sold and it was bought. This plan was bought by the people of Kenya. And it is only fair if he is given time to implement this particular plan for the success of this country. But also remember, when Kibaki took over, this country was down. In fact, I remember that those days budget was about 280 billion. But Kibaki, through to Libo Ushuru, to Chitekeme, actually brought up the country after, when many people were thinking Kibaki was a passing cloud, after about 1 year, he turned around the economy of this country to become a prosperous nation. And he was fought terribly. But Kibaki was financing the budget of Kenya 95% through its own revenue sources. Madam Speaker, I believe Dr. William Samoei Ruto, given a chance, will also do what Kibaki did for Kenya. Yes. Madam Speaker, where we are today as Kenyans, and I want to be very honest to my thinking and to Kenyans. We are here today because of too much appetite for borrowing. And it did not only start from when William Ruto fell out with Uhuru Kenyatta. It also started a long time ago, this appetite for borrowing. But it was escalated so much during the handshake period. Madam Speaker, there is also something that we as members of Parliament are forgetting, that we allowed too much Chinese in this country, who were bringing so much goods to an extent that
we raise our revenue sources, we get revenue for this country, and then spend in paying Chinese who do not bang in this country, and they take the resources of Kenya and the revenue of Kenyans outside this country. Madam Speaker, there is also too much appetite for corruption and deals in government by government officials. Madam Speaker, because of time, there is need to put up programs, even in these programs for irrigation. Madam Speaker, in a dam of 20 billion, 10 billion goes for compensation of exorbitant piece of lands. And only 5 billion goes for the reconstruction of dams. Madam Speaker, we need to use the waters of Lake Victoria, the waters of Lake Baringo, the waters of Naivasha, where you come from, to act to Mau Summit to change Kenya. To change Kenya through food production and food security. That is what will change Kenya. Madam Speaker, not Mandamano. Madam Speaker, there is need to provide subsidy for the farmers in the Rift Valley. Nobody is talking about them today. We need to boost the agricultural production. That is what will change Kenya. Industrialization, promoting the growth of industries in Kenya is what will change Kenya. Not Mandamano, not also too much talk from our side, Kenya Kwanza. We must stop the talk and walk the talk by delivering for the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, this is the time of reason. This is not the time of debate of who wins who. It is the debate of Kenyans win as a people of Kenya. This is what will address the issue of
Order, members. The time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 12th April 2023 at 9:30 a.m.